Chapter 133. The stone platform looked like it was used for some kind of sacrificial ritual. It also looked like a place to store important things. In short, it looked like it was from a very long time ago. "I think he should be there soon," the old man said to Avina with a smile. Avina was confused. Only the snow fox looked at her with a smile. I didn't think too much about it and quickly ran up the platform. At the top of the platform, I saw an antique wooden box. My heart stirred. Would this box contain some useful treasures? I carefully picked up the box. As soon as I got the box, I immediately jumped down from the high platform and hid my body. I had heard that this kind of ancient building often had hidden mechanisms. If I touched someone's treasure, it wouldn't be fun if some mechanism was activated. However, I waited for a long time, but nothing special happened. Only then did I heave a sigh of relief. I wasn't in a hurry to open the box. The box could be opened after I got out. Right now, I decided to use the remaining time I had to explore the cave. After going around the high platform, I was surprised to find that behind the high platform, there was actually a stone door. Beside the stone door, there were inscriptions written in ancient Elven and ancient Northlandic. "Open when the moon is full, close when the sun rises." Could it be that this stone door is telling me to leave this place before daybreak? Thinking of this, I casually pushed the door. Unfortunately, the stone door didn't budge. At this time, the stone door opened by itself. I hugged the box I had taken from the platform and walked out of the cave. At this time, the sky wasn't as dark as before. The east was faintly turning white. This was the sign that the sun was about to rise. I was glad that I had almost forgotten the time. If I had missed it, the stone door would have closed and locked me inside. That would have been terrible. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the valley from the east, the stone door in front of me, without any warning, suddenly let out the sound of a mechanism, and with a rumble, it closed. After the stone door closed, I went to the stone door again. However, no matter what I did this time, the stone door remained silent and didn't seem to have any intention of opening. It seemed like the ancient Elven language and Northland language on the stone door didn't lie to him. If the stone door was closed, it really couldn't be opened. If he wanted to open it again, he would have to wait until the night of the full moon. Although I was a little disappointed, it was good that I already had the box in my hands. Everything was waiting to be opened when I got back. "Young man, are you all right?" A familiar voice sounded behind me. I turned my head and found that the blond old man had appeared behind me at an unknown time. "You kicked me down from such a high mountain. Do you really think I'm made of steel?" I thought about how I fell down from the top of the mountain last night. My bones were still aching. "Aren't you still alive?" Belgrave Flammarion. The blond old man relaxed when he saw that I was fine. Although he had been very calm before, he was actually very nervous in his heart. After all, I had fallen from such a high mountain. Although I was the Belgrave Flammarion, the blond old man wasn't sure if I could withstand it. Even if I'm not dead, I'm not far from it. I hesitated whether or not I should tell the blond old man what I had seen and heard. But after some hesitation, I decided to tell him everything. After all, the old man had been cultivating in this mountain for many years. "Old man, I entered a stone door in the valley yesterday." I pointed to the stone door behind me and said to the blond old man, "Yes." The blond old man had seen the box in my hand and knew that I had entered the cave last night. But now that he heard me admit to it, he was very happy. At least I still chose to trust him and not be on guard against him. And then, I didn't know what the blond old man meant, so I told him what I had seen and heard after entering the cave. Finally, I handed the box in my hand to the blond old man and said, "This is the box. Keep it for yourself." The blond old man glanced at the box and said indifferently, "You don't want to take a look?" I was puzzled. Why didn't the blond old man care about such a wonderful thing? "It's useless to look." The blond old man shook his head. Although I had a lot of questions, the blond old man's attitude of "don't ask me and do whatever you want" made me hesitate. Together with the blond old man, we returned to the old man's cave from the fork in the valley. Avina saw that I had come back safe and sound. She was so happy that she danced and hugged me. The blond old man fell asleep on his stone bed. Only Avina and I were left holding the box and staring at each other. At this time, the snow fox also found a place and curled up into a ball to sleep. Since the blond old man was indifferent to this, I could only study the box by myself. I put the box on the stone table and began to study it. The small box was made in an ancient style, but it wasn't locked. After I opened the clasp, the lid could be opened easily. My eyes widened, and my breathing started to quicken. Avina was next to me, and she was as nervous as I was. Finally, the lid of the box was opened, and a scroll was placed inside. I picked up the scroll and saw a gem at the bottom of the box. I hurriedly picked up the gem and carefully examined it under the light. The gem's quality was very good, but it was also very strange. There was a pattern carved on it that looked like a star. I carefully unfolded the scroll, but I was a little disappointed. The scroll was very thin, and there was only one sheet. At this moment, everything in front of me turned dark, and I felt like I had fallen into an illusion. Was there a problem with the scroll? I felt like I was in a dark place. I was the only one around, and I was worried about Avina. At this moment, the boundless stars suddenly lit up. At this moment, a voice seemed to be calling me from the endless darkness. Who was it? Where was this place? I didn't know what was happening, but I guessed that it had something to do with the scroll. Hello, Belgrave Flammarion. You're finally here. I heard an old but powerful voice. It was a voice I had never heard before. How did he know that I was a descendant of the Belgrave Flammarion? My name is Bregan Martin. I'm very happy to meet the new you, the voice said. What? Could it be the legendary strongest under the stars, Bregan Martin? He was the creator of the Demon Hunter's Blade. Chapter 134. May I ask if you are the one who founded the Demon Hunter's Blade? I asked respectfully, because the other party could very well be the strongest person in the universe. Are you talking about the Demon Hunter's Blade? Do you know about that mercenary group? I was indeed the first leader, but not long after, I passed my position to the second leader, Angela Mitchell. The voice seemed to recall something. I was raised by the third leader, Hist Williams. He was also the one who taught me how to become a mercenary. Haha, so it's little Hist. That little brat is indeed interesting. Then, the stars in the darkness suddenly lit up and converged into an old man with long white hair and a white beard. He was dressed in a white robe and was standing before me. This white-haired old man was formed by the light of the stars. He was a benevolent old man, as if I had met him before. Even though I was already a domain realm expert, I could still feel the difference between us when I met Bregan Martin. It could be said that even the golden-haired old man I had met before had a certain gap in strength, not to mention this old man in front of me, who was once known as the strongest person in the universe. Belgrave Flammarion, I didn't expect you to become like this after that calamity. I'm afraid you have just surpassed the domain realm, Bregan Martin said to me. Yes, I have just entered the domain realm. I didn't hide anything from the old man. You and I are fated. I didn't expect to meet again in this scroll of my soul that I left behind back then. I still miss the days when we went through life and death together. The exhilaration of slaying enemies is something I can't forget until today. It's a pity that my physical body has been completely destroyed. Through some special means, my soul hasn't dissipated, but it is still fighting in the boundless darkness. If my physical body hadn't been destroyed, I might have become the 8th human to cultivate and become a god. Bregan Martin suddenly sighed with emotion. I wasn't too familiar with this. All I knew was that Bregan Martin was the founder of Demon Hunter's Blade. I didn't know much about his background. Sigh, so many years have passed in the blink of an eye, but he hasn't changed at all. The Belgrave Flammarion's voice rang in my head. Recently, Yang Long Bell Rafe has not appeared in my mind for a long time. I always thought he went to sleep again. What's going on? Do you know the founder of the Demon Hunter's Blade, the strongest under the stars? I asked the Belgrave Flammarion. The Demon Hunter's Blade mercenary band had yet to be established before my body transformed into yours. Back when I was still a low god, I did join forces with this so-called strongest man under the starry sky to fight against our common enemy. To be honest, he is a genius. However, he still owes me a lot of favors. After all, I saved his life. Why don't I ask him to pay me back one today? Let him guide you in domain battles and the power of the stars that he is proficient in. He will be much more useful than that ascetic. That ascetic cultivator only found this place by chance and cultivated the power of the stars with his mediocre strength at the time. That was how he gained his current strength. I think you need this power too. He will be willing to help you. The Belgrave Flammarian's words rang in my head. Berrigan, are you willing to teach the current me? For the first time, the Belgrave Flammarian amplified his voice so that Berrigan Martin could hear him. What's so difficult about that? Besides, this scroll contains all that I have learned in my life. It is stored in this cave through the power of the stars. I am waiting for a fated person to impart all that I have learned in my life. Hearing the voice of his old acquaintance, the Belgrave Flammarian, Berrigan Martin was exceptionally happy. Just like that, under the request of the Belgrave Flammarian, I was able to spar with the first leader of the demon hunter's blade that I had left and receive the power of the stars that he had imparted to me. As the name suggests, the power of the stars is a type of magic that uses the stars as the source of magic. Just like the draconic magic, it is a type of high-level magic. The cave beneath the mysterious valley was created by Berrigan Martin with a single slash of his sword using the power of the stars. As for the void space within the scroll, it was even more incredible. This was a magical space created by the power of the stars. The flow of time here was completely different from the flow of time in the real world. First of all, the length of time one could stay here depended on one's strength. Only those who were strong enough could stay here for a long time. Why did one have to stay here for a long time? This was what I was going to talk about next. Because the flow of time here was slower than the outside world, it was extremely suitable for cultivation. One could cultivate here for many years, but only a few moments would pass in the outside world. However, the time one could stay here depended on one's strength. This was because every minute and every second in this space would erode one's physical body. If one's physical body wasn't strong enough and didn't leave before it completely eroded one's physical body, there was a high possibility that only one's soul would be left wandering in this space while the physical body would be completely destroyed. However, as long as there was even a trace of energy left in the physical body, it would instantly recover as soon as it left this space. After Berrigan Martin's explanation, I had a deeper understanding of the magical space created by the power of the stars. Fortunately, my physical body had completely transformed into a dragon and reached the strength of a domain. I could stay here for many years, but it would only take a few moments in the outside world. This was the best place to improve one's strength. I also felt a sense of importance towards the power of the stars. Fortunately, I had listened to the Belgrave Flammarian and came looking for the ascetic in the extreme north. That was why I had such a fortuitous encounter today. Could it be that all of this had been arranged by the Belgrave Flammarian? Forget it. Now that I could improve my strength in this magical space created by the power of the stars, and the first-generation leader of the Demon Hunter's Blade was willing to personally teach me combat and the power of the stars, such an opportunity didn't come by every day. I'm ready. Do you want to spar with me first? First-generation leader, Lord Berrigan? I asked the white-haired old man. You're in such a hurry. All right, let's spar first. I guarantee that I'll go easy on you. It's been a long time since I've exercised my body, Berrigan Martin said with a smile. The previous golden-haired old man said the same thing. In the end, he didn't kill me. I have to be on my guard this time, I thought to myself. Don't worry. There won't be a problem, the Belgrave Flammarian suddenly said in my mind. Chapter 135. In the darkness of the void, starlight illuminated the entire space. Berrigan Martin, who was formed by the starlight, only needed a thought to summon a huge sword formed by the starlight in his hand. I call this huge sword the Great Sword of Stars. Although it is only an illusion of this soul, its usage is exactly the same as the real one. I think its power should be enough to deal with you now. There's one more thing. I can control the power of this sword, But I can't control the true power of the Great Sword of Stars. It's all thanks to the Great Sword of Stars that I was able to comprehend the power of the stars, Berrigan Martin said to me. Let's begin, First Leader. I will stop when I can't hold on any longer. At the same time, I will do my best, I told First Leader Bregan Martin. All right, come. Make your move, Bregan Martin said. Then, he turned into a shadow and appeared in front of me. I was already prepared. After all, this was a duel with a domain rank expert. I couldn't afford to be careless. Fortunately, this was only a clone of Bregan Martin's soul. I immediately transformed into my dragon form. Flaming scales grew out from my body and I took on the appearance of the Belgrave Flammarion. In this form, the power and speed of my dragon tongue magic would be greatly increased. My physical body's toughness would also reach domain rank. The wings on my back carried me through the air. Bregan Martin didn't pull away from me. His speed was so fast that it seemed like he was teleporting. He just waved the huge starry sky sword in his hands and casually swung it a few times. Then, I felt a few visible starry sky sword chi slashing towards me. The starry sky sword chi seemed to be able to track me and attack me from all directions. I didn't know the exact power of these blades of starlight, but I knew that they weren't weak at all. These blades of starlight seemed to be able to cut through some things. I hurriedly tried to dodge, but it was too late. My speed was already at its limit. I was using my domain rank physical body to fly at extreme speed. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake off the pursuit of these blades of starlight. I had no choice but to face it head-on. I spat a mouthful of draconic flames at the blade of stars. The draconic flames I spat out in my draconic form were much more powerful than when I was in my half-draconic form. The draconic flames were much purer. When such a powerful and pure dragon flame came into contact with the starry skyblade, it was forcefully split apart. What a terrifying power! I didn't care about anything else. As I ran, I kept spitting out dragon flames. This is my first time having a proper battle with a domain stage master, so I'm still a little nervous. Even though I knew that Bregan Martin wouldn't hurt me, the Blade of Stars was a tough nut to crack. Fortunately, the dragon flame I unleashed with all my strength was still effective. Several of the starry sky sword blades were directly burned away by the dragon flame. Not bad. Let's see if you can take this move, Bregan Martin said to himself with a smile. He drew a cross in the air with his starry sky sword. Before he could finish dealing with the previous starry sky sword, dozens of cross-shaped sword blades appeared and shot toward me like a rain of arrows. This time, I couldn't dodge in time, and a starry sky sword blade grazed my body. Bang! 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 Following that, at least dozens of cross-shaped arrows rained down on various parts of my body. I spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. The starry sky sword blade that grazed me directly sliced that part of my body apart, and I was instantly covered in wounds. Was this showing mercy? If he hadn't shown mercy, what would have become of me? However, I didn't shout for him to stop. I felt that I could still fight. My eyes turned crimson red, as though I had come from hell. I had to give it my all. After all, I had trained with the Belgrave Flammarion for such a long time. I couldn't give up just like that. I wasn't willing to give up now. This time, I didn't choose to dodge. Instead, I chose to charge straight at the main body of all this, Leader Bregan Martin. No more fear, no more pain. Even if I had to die, I would give it my all against my enemy. Even though I knew that this was just a spar, I still had to give it my all. Obviously, the strongest under the stars, Bregan Martin, wouldn't be defeated by me. I had to give it my all. This time, the attacks were even more concentrated than before. They were as concentrated as a storm, and the rapid attacks almost broke me apart. I had already reached the limits of my body. However, I didn't want to stop. Even if I had to die, I wanted to die while charging forward. A murderous intent surged from within my body. This murderous intent was becoming more and more obvious as I trained. Finally, I got close to Leader Bregan Martin. I gritted my teeth and charged forward. Using all my strength, I spat out a mouthful of dragon flames and devoured Leader Bregan Martin's starry sky body. Leader Bregan Martin's soul doppelganger didn't expect my all-out attack to be so powerful. At this moment, his entire body was covered in a layer of starry light. My teeth had almost bitten a hole in the protective layer. I didn't expect that you would be able to force me to use this starry sky shield. You even seem to want to break it, Leader Bregan Martin laughed. Not bad, not bad. Young man, you are indeed a descendant of the Belgrave Flammarion. You are just as stubborn and strong as him, he continued. At this moment, I suddenly felt my vision turn black, as though I was about to fall into an endless darkness. I weakly returned to my human form and fell to the ground. Leader Bregan Martin flew towards me and used the power of the stars on me. A faint blue light was injected into my body, and I slowly regained my vitality. When I opened my eyes again, I saw Leader Bregan Martin. It was as though I was looking at Highside the Elder. I really missed Highside the Elder. He had raised me for so many years, but I had left without saying goodbye. I felt that I had done badly. After this, I would definitely pay Highside the Elder a visit and tell him what had happened to me, the changes that had happened to me, and the reason why I couldn't go back. Are you all right, young man? It's just a spar. You don't have to put your life on the line. You will be here for a long time. We can spar more often, Leader Bregan Martin said with a smile. Then, I felt that I had recovered. It was hard to imagine that I could recover so quickly after a huge battle. This magical space created by the power of the stars was indeed magical. Seeing that I was silent, Leader Bregan Martin began to explain the power of the stars to me. Chapter 136. Just like that, in this magical space created by the power of the stars, I trained day after day under the guidance of the first-generation leader, Bregan Martin. It felt like many years had passed. Whether it was the power of the stars or the battle of domains, I had reached unprecedented heights. I was completely different from when I had just advanced to the domain realm. Until one day, the first-generation leader, Bregan Martin, told me to leave this place. The energy of my physical body outside this space was about to be exhausted. If I didn't leave this place, I might be devoured and become a person without a physical body. Only my soul would float around here. Before leaving this place, Bregan Martin summoned a Yang Long in front of me. That's right. It was the Belgrave Flammarion. Why is the Belgrave Flammarion here? I was very surprised. There's nothing strange about it. This is a part of my soul that I left here in the past. I was afraid that my soul would be completely annihilated, so I left a part here in advance, the Belgrave Flammarion said to me. He has been here with me for a long time. Haha. I remember when Uther came here in the past, he even fought with him, the first-generation leader, Bregan Martin, said to me. Who's Uther? I was puzzled. It's that ascetic from the far north. He also came to this space in the scroll. My soul is connected. No matter where it is, the information they receive is completely the same. Therefore, this ascetic from the far north, Uther, and I can be considered to have a friendship, the Belgrave Flammarion said to me. I understand. I see, I said to the first-generation leader, Bregan Martin. It seems that the Belgrave Flammarion has told you. Then, you can fuse with this part of the Belgrave Flammarion's soul. This way, your dragon soul power will be further enhanced. That's right, there's a gem-like object in the box of the scroll. That's the crystallization of my strength of the stars. You can think of it as a magic crystal. It contains the mana I've accumulated over a long period of time. If you refine it, your mana will increase by another level. I won't have the chance to use that mana anymore. Bregan Martin sighed sadly after he finished speaking. By the way, that small box can identify you. When Wather opened it, I didn't give him the starry sky crystal. By the way, I didn't give you this starry sky crystal for free. My main soul is trapped inside the starry sky great sword, fighting endlessly all day long. It can also be considered as a kind of backlash seal. My soul ended up sealed inside the starry sky greatsword because of the backlash. Go find my sword of galactic stars and release my primordial spirit. Due to the seal, I can't connect to my primordial spirit. My sword of galactic stars should still be there. Bregan Martin instructed me. Just like that, I fused with the soul of the Belgrave Flammarion. Go and find the sword of galactic stars. Goodbye. Bregan Martin said to me reluctantly. Then, I felt my vision turn black. My soul consciousness had returned to my body in the real world. In an instant, I felt the increase in strength that I'd experienced in the magical space. It had all happened to me. I could clearly feel that I'd become stronger. I'd also learned how to use the strength of the stars. I looked at the gemstone that had a very good quality, but it was also very strange. There was a pattern that looked like a star totem carved on it. This was the starry sky crystal that Bregan Martin had told me about. It was the crystallization of his accumulated mana. Larrick, are you all right? Avina looked at me worriedly. In the real world, I'd been staring at the blank scroll for a long time. I'm fine, Avina. I've encountered something that can't be described with just a few words. Anyway, in this short period of time, my strength has increased by leaps and bounds. I'm no longer in the domain realm. Now, I have the confidence to fight against the ancient corpse emperor. I told Avina happily. That's great. I love you so much. Although Avina didn't know what had happened to me, she believed me. She was very happy that I'd become stronger. For the next period of time, I'll need to refine this starry sky crystal. We'll have to stay here for a while. I told Avina. All right. Wherever you are, I'll be there. What should we do now? Avina looked at me affectionately. I put the blank scroll into the wooden box and put it into my spatial ring. It didn't take long for Uther to wake up. He stretched his body while the snow fox was still sleeping soundly. Uther, hello. Thank you, I said to Uther. It seems that you've been there. In fact, you and I are fated to meet. You don't need to be polite with me, Belgrave Flammarion. Uther was startled at first, but then he said to me, you can call me Larrick. I'm going to cultivate here for a while. After that, I'll leave for the Dwarf Kingdom, I said to him. Of course. You want to go to the Dwarf Kingdom? That place is full of dangers. It just so happens that I want to go there. How about we go together? The golden-haired old man, Uther, was full of kindness and wisdom. He had no desires, but at the same time, he looked a little like an old urchin. Of course, that's great. Avina, what do you think? Of course, I had to ask Avina's opinion. With an ascetic accompanying us, our journey will be much safer. That's naturally the best, Avina said with a smile. In this way, the three of us entered a state of cultivation for half a month in order to prepare for the trip to the Dwarf Kingdom. On this day, I stood on top of a mountain in my half-dragon form. My physical strength seemed to have increased. I held the sword of retribution in my right hand and poured the power of the stars into it. After refining the star crystals for such a long time, my magic power had increased by leaps and bounds. The cold wind whistled as I slashed at the rock opposite me. Before my body reached it, the sword energy had already reached it. With a crisp sound, the huge rock was neatly cut in half. Flowers, I'll call you disillusionment. It was all thanks to the first-generation leader, Bregan Martin. Now, my understanding of the domain realm had improved. This was a peak that countless people could never reach in their lifetime. It was all because I was the flame dragon Belgrave. To me, this was just the beginning. In the following days, I would write my legend. My name was Larrick Field. Perhaps many people would remember this name. Chapter 137. Half a month later, in the land of the Dwarf Kingdom, this place was covered with white snow all year round. In the territory of the Dwarf Kingdom, in an ancient giant tribe, a small ancient giant stretched out his hand to grab a dwarf that came to their tribe. The dwarf saw that things were not going well and quickly dodged. Although the dwarf was very small in stature, it also meant that his movements were nimble and quick. With a whoosh, he escaped from the small ancient giant's feet. The small ancient giant immediately began to chase the dwarf everywhere, just like an eagle catching a chick. However, every time it was just a hair's breadth away from catching the dwarf would dodge and escape. The small ancient giant was angry. He picked up his big club and began to chase everywhere, hoping to hit the dwarf. However, it was still a waste of energy. The dwarf's father saw this scene from the side and said helplessly, "Idiot, you can't even catch a dwarf. You still have the nerve to say that you are my child. Watch me." After that, he picked up the club and aimed at the dwarf who was running everywhere. He concentrated and his eyes emitted a burst of cold light. When the dwarf saw that the big ancient giant wanted to mess with him, of course, he was not willing to be caught just like that. He ran even more happily and quickly looked for an escape route. Just when the dwarf wanted to run to a small path to escape and jump up, the ancient giant's father's mouth showed a faint smile. "Take this." As soon as the voice fell, the ancient giant's father threw the club in his hand with a whoosh and went straight to the dwarf who was still running everywhere. Ah! The dwarf was scared silly and fell to the ground. The huge club almost flew past his scalp and did not hurt his body. The dwarf was not hurt. The dwarf was so scared that he fell to the ground. Although he couldn't run, he still wanted to escape from here. The little giant's big hand grabbed his collar and lifted him up. He laughed and said, "Little thing, where are you going? Let me go. Let me go. Otherwise, I will not let you go. You damned primordial giants." The dwarf hooted. At this time, there was a call in the distance. "This is the horn of the dwarf tribe, and it came from the direction just now," the ancient giant's father said to the small giant. At the same time, his face became serious. "Then father, what should we do? It seems that we have to prepare for battle," the ancient giant's father said. The ancient giant's father knew that there were some things that could not be avoided today, so he simply tied up the dwarf that he had just caught. He let the little giant look after the dwarf, and he rushed into the woods in front of him alone. That was where the dwarf's horn sound came from. There were tall trees everywhere. It was a good place for sneak attacks and ambushes. The primordial giant was then surrounded by a large number of dwarfs. These dwarfs looked like guards. At the same time, there were two dwarfs with long beards wearing grey robes. They should be the two dwarven chiefs. The ancient giant's father cautiously looked at the dwarfs around him with a big club in his hand. "Damned shorty, I didn't attack you normally. Yet, you dare to come and attack us? Are you tired of living?" the ancient giant's father said furiously. The dwarf patriarch laughed out loud. "Who asked you to destroy our interests? How can we let you go? Moreover, you are ancient giants, selfish ancient giants." Then, he said to an older dwarf beside him, "Patriarch Billy, they are the ones who injured your people and hung them on the trees. Today, we can't let them go." The dwarf patriarch Billy next to him was holding a magic staff in his hand. When he heard the dwarf patriarch's statement, he frowned. "Damned ancient giants, you stole our resources and destroyed our interests. This time, you injured our people. Today, our dwarf tribe will fight with you. Go, catch this ancient giant and avenge your family." The ancient giant was stunned and hurriedly said, "What do your resources have to do with us? We were just passing by and took them when we saw that no one wanted them. Our ancestors lived together, so why is it that you die and I live?" The dwarf patriarch Billy glared at him and said fiercely, "You ancient giants are greedy and eat a lot. What's there to quibble about? Go." As he spoke, the dwarfs rushed up. The ancient giant's father was tall and strong. The dwarf guards were no match for him at all. With a few hits, he knocked down a few of them. Even the dwarf patriarch had to look at him differently. The dwarf guards couldn't get close to him at all. At this time, the dwarf patriarch Billy raised his magic staff and mumbled something. Suddenly, the tip of the magic staff emitted two rays of light towards the ancient giant's father. He hurriedly used his magic staff to attack the dwarfs, but it passed by them and hit the ground under their feet. At the same time, the two dwarf patriarchs Billy shouted, "Open!" In an instant, the ground under the ancient giant's father's feet loosened and turned into a quagmire. The ancient giant's father began to sink. The ancient giant's father wanted to escape, but there was a strong force under his feet that held him tightly. He couldn't escape at all and could only watch as he slowly sank. "Damn, what is this thing? Let me go!" the ancient giant's father cursed. Soon, he was buried in the ground below his waist. The ancient giant's father began to support himself with his hands. The dwarfs next to him also stopped moving at this time. They quietly watched their opponent unable to extricate himself from the quagmire. The slightly younger dwarf patriarch and the others showed a proud expression. Finally, the ancient giant's father was buried in the ground until only his head was exposed. He looked at the dwarfs around him who had bad intentions. The ancient giant's father had lost the ability to resist. The dwarfs began to approach. At the same time, the slightly younger dwarf patriarch used his hand to shake the axe in his hand and revealed a wretched smile. "Let's see how you fight back. Brothers, go, kill him." The slightly younger dwarf patriarch shouted and then ran towards the ancient giant's father who had sunk deep into the ground. The dwarf guards also rushed over. "Let him go." This was a shocking voice that suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. This voice had a kind of oppressive force, making the dwarfs feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. This was the power of a domain level, forming one's own domain-level domain. Low-level ordinary creatures could directly feel the tremors and were unable to resist at all. Now, I'm able to perfectly utilize this power. I'm stopping this meaningless slaughter. The ancient giant's numbers were already very small. Now, for some unknown reason, the dwarfs and ancient giants who had fought side by side against the ancient Holy Emperor Barossa in the past have now turned against each other. This is really inconceivable. I have to do something. At least I have to find out the reason. Chapter 138. The dwarfs, including the two dwarven patriarchs, were suppressed by the domain-level aura and couldn't move. They felt a deep fear from the bottom of their hearts. The father of the ancient giant wasn't much better off. At that moment, I, Avina, and Uther the ascetic of the far north came out of the snow-covered forest. The domain-level aura was released by me. Although the gap between me and Uther wasn't too big, I still couldn't compare to him. After all, he had been cultivating for so many years. Not far away, the little giant was also trembling in fear. The tied-up dwarf was also too scared to move, let alone run away. In fact, this wasn't the first time I had come to the dwarf kingdom. When I transmigrated into Lancelot's body, it was the dwarf kingdom of ancient times. It could be said that the dwarf kingdom was a place that had never been conquered by an empire. Why are you fighting to the death here? Aren't the ancient giants and dwarfs races that fought side by side before? I knew that they were inseparable allies in the battle against Holy Emperor Barossa. It seemed that the dwarf kingdom had changed a lot in the past few hundred years. My lord, these evil ancient giants often come to our village to steal food because they are tall and strong. We are mountaintop dwarfs, so we can't live underground. When these ancient giants invade us and we can't bear it anymore, we take the initiative to attack them. The dwarf patriarch, Billy, explained to me while trembling. Nonsense. Nonsense. My lord, you can't listen to the lies of these cunning dwarfs. They are obviously after my child. They want to take him back, torture him, and transform him into a member of their so-called T ancient giant army. The ancient giant father, who was still half buried in the ground, retorted angrily. They were all using the common language of the continent, which was the Durman language. After all, this was the only way for everyone to communicate. They often used the dwarven language to communicate with each other. Most of the ancient giants knew how to speak the dwarven language. For a time, it was a stalemate. Both sides had their own reasons. I didn't intend to help either side, but I couldn't just watch them kill each other. I asked the dwarfs to get the ancient giant out of the ground. At the same time, I asked the ancient giant to release the captured dwarf. I said to the ancient giant, "Take your child and leave here. Don't disturb the dwarfs again." The ancient giant managed to escape from death, and with my strength, he naturally brought his child and left this place with gratitude. I also said to the dwarfs, "I want to see their king." However, they said that they were dwarfs living in Furnace Castle. They only knew their lord and didn't know where their king was. The three of us had no choice but to let them take us to see their king. These dwarfs had seen my strength, so they could only obediently take us to their lord, not daring to play any tricks. After dealing with this matter, I asked the dwarf patriarch Billy and the others to take me to see their lord. I want to see their dwarf king. I have some things I want to know from him. The dwarf's heart. SSSSSSS. Ufs. SS looks like I had no choice but to show them my hand. I just stood there and released my domain's might. I didn't even need to do anything, but the dwarfs didn't dare to take a step forward. The king on the mountain saw all of this. He knew that I wasn't an ordinary person. My strength was too terrifying. On the mountain, he rode a white bear and swooped down towards us. This person was holding a one-handed hammer and a shield. He was riding a white bear. He was one of the 3 great dwarven lords, Lord Dorum Irondrill. His family's coat of arms and flag was a hammer that emitted sparks. When the dwarfs saw the noble lord personally leading the dwarven army, they felt a bit more confident. I didn't expect that the person who came was Lord Dorum. His full name was Dorum Irondrill. In our demon hunter's blade, there was also a dwarf uncle whose surname was Irondrill. His name was Ram Irondrill. Ram Irondrill was Lord Dorum's younger brother. My lord, I am Dorum Irondrill. I am the lord of Forge Castle. These people are the dwarfs of my subordinate villages. I hope that my lord can let them go, Lord Dorum said to me. They didn't have any problems. I just asked them to take us to the person in charge. Now that you're here, they're free. My name is Larrick Furday. I want to see your dwarf king, I said to Lord Dorum. This Lord Larrick, with your strength, you are definitely qualified to meet with our dwarf king. However, I only wish to know the purpose of your visit. I wonder if it is possible. Lord Dorum hesitates. He has clearly seen my strength. I just want to ask him about the ancient corpse emperor, I told him without hiding anything. The ancient corpse emperor, that's the nightmare of us dwarfs. How about this? Come with me. Let's go to the underground of Forge Castle. Our current palace is underground, Dorum said. Then, we followed the dwarfs to Forge Castle. Inside the castle, Lord Dorum only brought a small number of personal guards with him. He led us underground. The entrance was in a cave in the snow mountain that Forge Castle was attached to. We walked down. Once we were underground, what we didn't expect was that there was actually a lush green forest. It was truly a different world. It can't be helped. Most of our people are living underground. We have no choice, Lord Dorum said to me. Hearing the words of the dwarf Lord Dorum Irondrill, I was shocked. Most of the entire race was forced to live in seclusion in the depths of the earth. This was an earth-shattering event. The dwarfs weren't weak. Their berserk army was made up of the most elite warriors. The dwarfs had exquisite forging techniques passed down from ancient times. The dwarven army had the strongest weapons and armor. How could they be threatened so easily? Lord Dorum, what's going on here? I asked in surprise. My Lord Larrick, these things, please forgive this old man for not being able to tell you. Lord Dorum shook his head and said helplessly. I didn't ask any further questions. We followed Lord Dorum and the large group of dwarven warriors into the depths of the forest. Chapter 139. In this underground forest, there were signs of life everywhere. Although there was no sunlight here and it always looked like moonlight, the small animals in the forest were moving through the forest in groups, and countless beautiful bird chirps could be heard from all directions from time to time. This was completely different from the snow on the surface all year round. It was really hard to imagine that the underground was completely different. In this magical underground forest, I saw a scene that I had never seen before. As they moved quickly along the small path in the forest, they slowly walked into the depths of the forest. Between the surrounding trees, I saw countless dwarfs wearing leather armor and holding longbows, hunting in the forest. They were encircling and annihilating huge and powerful beasts. The sounds of battle constantly rang out from this gloomy forest. Not far away, I even saw many dwarfs in groups, carrying the huge carcasses of wild beasts and walking away in high spirits. There are more and more beasts in this forest, affecting the survival of other animals. Our warriors will regularly clean up to ensure the prosperity of this forest, Lord Dorum explained with a smile. Oh, so that's how it is. I understood that these dwarfs also understood the importance of ecological balance. However, looking at the hunting scene not far away, I still had some doubts. These dwarfs seemed to be using the hunting activity to constantly train their warrior abilities. There must be some secret behind this group of dwarf. The countless equipment and weapons piled up in the cave still left a deep impression on me. I had only passed by a row of warehouses in the depths of the underground, and I had already seen so many war tools. You have to know that in this huge underground world, the dwarfs' warehouses were not only the ones I saw. These dwarfs, what exactly do they want to do? With doubts in my heart, I planned to first take a look at the place where these dwarfs lived, and then think of a way to figure out some hidden things. Anyway, it was not easy to come here, so I must figure out everything properly. The few of us followed the dwarfs in the group, and as we moved forward, we curiously observed the surrounding environment. Unknowingly, this group kept moving forward along the winding path in the forest, and the number of dwarfs in the gaps of the trees in front of us increased. Lord Larrick, that's where we dwarfs live. This is the first time we've welcomed a friend from the outside world after living underground for decades, Lord Durham said with a smile. Lord Durham is too kind, I replied politely. The place where the dwarfs lived was already very close to us. In just a few moments, a magnificent scene immediately appeared in front of us. In the depths of the forest, there was a huge blue underground lake. Near this beautiful lake, countless buildings made of black stones were arranged there. I was stunned by the sight of a miniature city. The dwarfs weren't tall, and their houses weren't big, but when tens of thousands of three-story stone houses appeared in front of me, the feeling of shock was really indescribable. In the distance, countless small black dots were walking through the complicated streets and alleys of the city. This city of the dwarfs that had no city walls was bustling with activity. But what surprised me even more was that at the end of this underground city, near the side of a huge stone wall, a blue water column spurted out from the stone wall, like a blue curtain hanging in the sky. It looked exceptionally magnificent. This blue water column flowed down and crashed into the lake, providing the source of this beautiful lake water. That is our sacred water source. It is the source of life that is specially drawn from the underground waterway to nourish the remnants of our people who are hiding underground, the great elder explained with a smile. The dwarfs are all skilled craftsmen. They really live up to their reputation, I exclaimed. Looking at the water column in the distance, although it was still very far away, I could already feel the water vapor that splashed into the sky after the water column fell into the lake, forming a unique white cloud at the end of this city. The huge water column surprised me. With my height, I was as small as an ant in front of the water column. I really didn't know how these dwarfs built such a large-scale project. Durham Iron Drill led us through the last row of trees in the forest and quickly approached the beautiful lake. The closer we got to the city, the more we heard the rumbling sound of water like muffled thunder. A huge water wheel stood under the water column, constantly rotating. Walking along the shore of the lake to the city, we soon stepped on the black stone road and entered the bustling dwarven city. Along the way, countless dwarfs in the city looked at us in surprise. The arrival of 3 strangers under the lead of Lord Durham immediately aroused the enthusiasm of the dwarfs. In an instant, both sides of the street were filled with curious dwarfs, staring at us curiously. This is the first time that outsiders have come to our city. Lord Larrick, please don't be offended, Durham said with a smile. I understand, I nodded and said. We stood on the street. The buildings on both sides were only 1 or 2 meters taller than us. Such a pocket-sized city. Not only were the dwarfs curious about us, we were also very interested in this place. Walking along the main road of the city, the group slowly approached the end of the city, where the huge water column was. Rumble. A muffled sound came from not far away. A huge blue water curtain fell from the sky, turning the source of the lake into a world of water vapor. In the midst of the water vapor, I was surprised to find that the dwarfs had dug out a huge palace on the stone wall behind the water curtain. Countless holes appeared on the stone wall, and groups of fully armed dwarven guards stood there, guarding the dwarven palace. This is our palace. Lord Larrick, please, the great elder said. What a huge project. I was completely stunned by the sight. I could totally imagine that the dwarfs must have hollowed out the stone wall and built a huge palace just like how they built this underground world. Just by looking at the holes on the stone wall that were dozens of meters tall, I could already guess how huge this palace was. Following the dwarfs, we curiously walked into the huge water curtain. and a trace of cool and refreshing air hit our faces. The group of us passed through the huge water curtain and arrived at the entrance of the palace in front of the stone wall. The dozens of dwarven guards immediately and respectfully spread out to both sides, allowing us to enter the palace without any hindrance. Walking up the tall stone steps, a huge meeting hall appeared in front of us. Chapter 140. When we arrived at the Dwarven Palace, we saw the exquisite craftsmanship of the dwarven craftsmen. The imposing and magnificent buildings and the lifelike dwarven statues all spoke of the ancient civilization of the dwarven race. The dwarven guards were wearing cold iron armor made by the dwarven armor masters. They generally used giant axes or double-edged axes in their hands. These guards were very strong and had thick beards. They didn't look like people to be trifled with. It was no wonder that the powerful Holy Emperor Barossa couldn't conquer the dwarven army. Avina, Uther, and I were led by the Lord of Furnace Fort, Dolam Iondril, through the dwarven underground city. After a period of trekking, we finally arrived at the Dwarven Palace. On the way, we learned that the dwarven dwarfs were the dwarven dwarfs. The dwarfs of today were divided into the mountain dwarfs and the underground dwarfs. The mountain dwarfs referred to the dwarfs who lived outside the surface, such as the dwarf patriarch Billy. The underground dwarfs were the majority of the dwarven race. Their ancestors had moved from the surface to the underground dwarfs a long time ago. They generally didn't like to go to the surface. In the underground dwarfs had warm forests, underground rivers, all kinds of strange creatures, ores, and treasures. On the surface, there was only cold wind, scarce food, a snow-covered world, and countless dangers. However, the dwarfs were a stubborn race. Some of them weren't willing to give up their previous homeland. They just wanted to stay on the surface. But now, there were only 3 places in the Dwarven Kingdom where the dwarfs gathered. In addition to the Furnace Fort, there was also the Warsong Fort of the Warsong clan, and the Dwarven Royal City, Anrila. However, most of the parts above ground in these places were dilapidated. Most of the wealth of the dwarfs had been transferred to the underground of the Tamil Plateau. Only the underground cities were the most prosperous. The 3 dwarven gathering areas were built on the mountain. The distance between them wasn't too far. At the same time, the underground cities connected them together, forming a huge project of attack and defense. It could be said that unless one's brain was damaged, no one would want to attack and conquer the Dwarven Kingdom. Just like these stubborn dwarfs, the Dwarven defense system would be a nightmare for any conqueror. I want to defeat the ancient corpse emperor, the former Holy Emperor Athol, because he has the demon god Athol's demonic treasure. I know that the ancestors of the dwarfs fought with Holy Emperor Barossa, and that Holy Emperor Barossa was buried in the Dwarf Kingdom after his death. So, I still have to ask the descendants of the dwarfs about the ancient undead emperor. Perhaps I'll be able to obtain the information I want. When the dwarven guards saw Dolam Iondril, they gave him a standard dwarven salute. In front of the entrance of this incomparably grand palace, I even saw the copper puppets that I had seen when I transmigrated to Lancelot's body. These copper puppets were made of brass and perfectly fused steam, magic, and engineering together. These gigantic copper puppets used tone magic to guide the steam and provide power. This could be considered a unique creation on the continent, and after so many years, these guys could still operate perfectly. This in itself was a miracle. In fact, many of the magic crystal cannons and airships used by the Empire were actually the dwarfs' masterpieces. It was only later that the mags of the Magic Sanctuary also referred to the dwarfs' designs and created some similar magic crystal cannons and airships. Now, Gravel and the others had also plundered some back in the Battle of Primordium Port. I really didn't know what would happen in the future. Perhaps this was only the beginning of a revolution. In fact, our demon hunter's blade's uncle, Dolam Iondril, had also brought some dwarven technology to our mercenary group. For example, Kevin had participated in the design and improvement of the dwarven firearms, as well as the demon hunting crossbow and many other dwarven technologies. Although the dwarven technology was sufficiently advanced, it was a pity that many of them had already been lost, which was a pity. I couldn't help but admire such a developed and splendid civilization from the bottom of my heart. Finally, Under the lead of Dorum Irondrill, we entered the huge stone door of the meeting hall. This was a very tall hall, which was dazzling with gold and jade. As soon as we entered the door, a warm aura hit us in the face. A dwarven throne made of gold came into view. In front of us was the son of the famous dwarven king Cedric Wildhammer, the guardian of Anrila, the leader of the Wildhammer clan, the born of wyverns, the ruler of the entire dwarven kingdom, the dwarven king Gino Wildhammer. Damn, such a long list of titles. What kind of bored person would give himself so many titles? After listening to Lord Dorum's introduction, I had a whole new level of respect for the Dwarf King. Of course, it wasn't a good thing. Respected Dwarf King Cedric Wildhammer's son, guardian of Anrila, patriarch of the Wildhammer clan, born of wyverns, ruler of the Dwarven kingdom, Dwarf King Gino Wildhammer, Your Majesty, my name is Larrickfield. I have some things that I would like to ask you for advice. I deliberately said this, but it was also a form of respect for the Dwarf King. On the side, Avina couldn't help but snicker. The snow fox on Uther's shoulder also blinked her big bright eyes, looking pensive. Hearing me address him as such, Dwarf King Gino Wildhammer was very happy. He was also very satisfied with my performance. This was a good start. As long as he was happy, the following matters would be easier to handle. This is an absolute powerhouse that I met on the surface. He wants to ask about the ancient corpse emperor, so I brought him to see you, Your Majesty. At this time, Dorum also introduced me to the Dwarf King. Since he is here to ask about the ancient corpse emperor, he may be of help to us. Bring him up, Lord Dorum. Behind the two huge flags of the Dwarf Kingdom, a beautiful female dwarf walked out. On the two huge flags of the Dwarf Kingdom, there was an incomparably huge winged wyvern. This wyvern was different from the wyverns that we knew of on the continent. This wyvern looked a little like a sea snake. At this time, I noticed the female dwarf who walked out from behind the flags. She was wearing luxurious dwarven clothes. The material of the clothes was very strange, but it gave off a very noble feeling. She wore a decorative circlet on her head, which was inlaid with a blue gem. Her figure wasn't like the legendary dwarf women who were all wine barrels. Her body proportions were also very perfect. She looked like a beautiful woman, but her height was still the same as most dwarfs. Chapter 141. The beautiful dwarf woman walked towards us. Respected Queen Olivia, these are the warriors who are preparing to fight against the ancient undead emperor, Lord Dorum said immediately. I know, Lord Dorum. You must have worked hard to travel such a long distance. Go and rest. Stay here for the night. We will hold a banquet here tonight to entertain these warriors who have come from afar. I want to know how I became a warrior to fight against the ancient undead emperor. Also, why do we need to entertain them? I really don't know what kind of medicine these dwarfs are selling in their gourds. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Since we are here, we might as well take things as they come. Anyway, I am confident that no one in the Dwarven Kingdom can hurt the three of us. I glanced at Uther and Avina. Seeing that they didn't strongly object, I agreed. Lord Dorum and we were led out of the palace by the Dwarven guards. We were taken to an empty stone room outside. It was like a room in an inn, but more luxurious. Avina and I shared a room, Uther had a room, and Lord Dorum had a room. We were told that someone would invite us to the banquet in the palace later. We were told to rest here first. After we left, in the palace's main hall. Olivia, do you have any good suggestions? Dwarf King Gino Wildhammer looked at his queen. Your Majesty, do you really think these people have the strength to fight against the ancient undead emperor? Queen Olivia smiled at Dwarf King Gino Wildhammer. Perhaps, but it is also possible that they are just swindlers. Alas, after so many years, we have developed the underground into a new kingdom. There is clean underground water, dense forests, abundant resources, and of course, warm air. However, our home is still above ground. The statue of the previous king is still guarding us in front of the main hall of Anrila. Although we like this place, we cannot forget the ancient undead emperor who forced us to curl up here. Gino Wildhammer became agitated. I know, Your Majesty. This has always been your nightmare. How many times have you woken up from your dreams because of this? But, Sai, you have also seen the horror of the ancient undead emperor, and that army of death, covering the sky and covering the earth. How many dwarven warriors have their blood stained the white snow? Queen Olivia became depressed. Alas, that's right. That ancient corpse emperor is really too powerful. My father, as well as my 2 elder brothers, were all sacrificed in that war. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to become the patriarch of the Wildhammer clan and the king of the Dwarf Kingdom. From the bottom of my heart, I still hope that these few people can help us eliminate the ancient corpse emperor. After all, Dorum wouldn't just bring anyone to us. Suddenly, Gino Wildhammer's eyes lit up. Very well, Your Majesty. Let's observe the 3 humans during the banquet. After all, humans aren't very reliable. Let's treat them warmly first, so that when we need their help in the future, I hope they won't refuse. Queen Olivia said thoughtfully. At this moment, Avina and I were in the room where the dwarfs entertained us. In the room, there were some fruits and snacks that the dwarfs produced here on the round table. I recognized some of these fruits and snacks, such as dragon fruit, the favorite of the dwarfs. However, I didn't recognize some of them. Actually, from what I remember, the dwarfs liked to drink more. The famous blackthorn honey wine, blazing wine, sour plum wine, and Tolva fire wine were all specialties of the dwarfs. In any country on the continent, as long as they could get their hands on the fine wine made by the dwarfs, they would be very popular. We didn't see many dwarfs on the continent, but for various reasons, the stubborn dwarfs would leave their homeland and travel everywhere. Therefore, although the dwarfs were mysterious, they weren't completely isolated from the world. We could still learn about this ancient race from books and experiences. Larik, why do you think that Dorum suddenly said that we are here to fight against the ancient corpse emperor? Although we do intend to go to the ancient corpse emperor and take back Athol's magic equipment. Avina looked at me. I guess he didn't want to say it directly. I'm just here to use their supreme king as a living dictionary or a book about the ancient corpse emperor. After all, the other party's identity is there. Although in my eyes, I don't care at all. Forget it. They said that they want to take us with them, so we can't say anything. However, I feel that Queen Olivia is a little different. Anyway, we can indeed say that we are here to fight against the ancient corpse emperor. We will take one step at a time. If they say that they want to give us some rewards, wouldn't that be a good thing? I said to Avina with a smile. In this way, Avina and I talked for a long time. At this time, an old dwarf came and said that he invited us to the king's banquet on behalf of the king. The few of us, along with Lord Dorum, went to the banquet hall in the palace to participate in the dwarf king's banquet. As soon as we entered the magnificent door, there was a dazzling array of food. A huge long table was in the middle of the hall, and there were countless dishes on the table. Seeing that we had arrived, the king and queen smiled at us and told us to take a seat. Lord Dorum sat near the king and queen. Next to him was Uther. Avina and I sat on the opposite side. In this way, the king and queen sat in the middle, and the 4 of us sat on both sides. Everyone, you have come from afar. Today, we don't have any good food to show. I hope you don't mind. The beautiful Queen Olivia said to us. She was gentle and elegant, not at all like the traditional rough dwarfs in my impression. The banquet began, and I didn't hesitate to eat heartily. At this time, the king wanted to say something. The door of the banquet hall was pushed open by the dwarf guards, and a dwarf warrior covered in blood rushed in. Your Majesty, bad news. Something big has happened. The dwarf warrior didn't care about anything else and rushed to King Gino Wildhammer. The guards beside him wanted to stop him, but the king gestured for him to come over. What happened? Speak slowly. The Warsong Fortress is surrounded by an army of Gowls. The 2 lords are fighting with their lives on the line. They sent me here to ask for reinforcements. This is a letter from the Lord, the dwarf warrior said in one breath. Gino Wildhammer took the bloody letter and ordered someone to bring the dwarf warrior to the Warsong Fortress for treatment, and then let him rest. He opened the letter sealed with wax by the Zhongji family and started reading it. His brows furrowed. Chapter 142. After reading the letter, the Dwarf King Gino Wildhammer passed it to Queen Olivia. Gino Wildhammer looked at us with a complicated expression. Dear guests, I should not have told you this. Since you wish to fight against the ancient undead emperor, it seems that you will have to make the trip. However, Gino Wildhammer seemed to have something to say, but he did not. At this time, Queen Olivia finished reading the letter. Your Majesty, it seems that we should immediately dispatch our troops. Otherwise, if the Warsong Fortress falls, we will all be finished here, Queen Olivia told the Dwarf King to stop hesitating. If that is the case, if you do not mind, I would like to ask for your help in fighting against the ancient undead emperor's undead army. As for the reward, you will not be disappointed, the Dwarf King said sincerely to us. Undead army? I had heard of the undead's nightmare army, but I did not know much about the undead army. Yes. This army is made up of the corpses of the German Empire's soldiers who invaded us years ago. They have become ghouls. They are almost impossible to kill. Unless their heads are completely smashed or burned, they will never die. It is because of these ghouls that we were forced to move underground. Not only that, if our sacrificed dwarven warriors are not dealt with in time, they will also become ghouls, the Dwarf King said with a sigh. If that is the case, then let us depart now. By the time we are done, there will be ghouls everywhere. Just as I expected, I thought. However, since I was going to fight against the ancient undead emperor anyway, helping these dwarfs would be a piece of cake for me. At the same time, I could test my strength and earn some money. Why not? Brave warriors, please eat something. The Dwarf King's attitude immediately became very grateful. Your Majesty, I will go with these brave warriors. Tell Lord Durham to return to Forgefire Castle and prepare the defenses, Queen Olivia said to the Dwarf King. My dear Queen, if that is the case, you will personally lead the army there. The Dwarf King Gino Wildhammer obviously trusted his wife. We didn't waste any time. After some discussion, we ate our fill. The Dwarven army had also assembled. We immediately set off for Warsong Fortress under Queen Olivia's lead. Actually, the Dwarven underground city we're in is a large area under the Forge Fortress, Anira and Warsong Fortress. At the same time, these three underground fortresses are the large entrances to the Dwarven underground city. I saw the Wildhammer clan's Dwarven army outside the palace. The Dwarven riders riding the tamed antelopes carried axes, hammers, and Dwarven muskets. There were also some Dwarven warriors. They were covered in armor and had astonishing combat strength. They were like human fortresses. Of course, there were also dwarf copper puppets, but there were very few of them, and they were all placed on trailers, so they could only be transported. There were also a few steam chariots and a few magic crystal cannons. The dwarfs were busy loading supplies. A few wild boars were responsible for pulling the food, ammunition, and other supplies. Finally, we were ready to go. Before we set off, Lord Durham looked for me and Avina alone. I wonder how Ram is doing now. If you meet Ram after you return, remember to tell him that I have never hated him, Lord Durham said to us meaningfully. Farewell, Dwarf King and Lord Durham. Under Olivia's lead, we passed through the Dwarven underground city and headed to Warsong Fortress. Along the way, we sat in a carriage pulled by a huge wild boar. Actually, it would have been faster if we had just flown over, but there was no need for me to rush. Looking at the Dwarven underground city's huge construction and buildings, I admired the dwarfs. What surprised me the most was the sky above the Dwarven underground city. Underground caverns were usually pitch black, but this huge Dwarven underground city was not like that. It was as bright as the starry sky. Although it was not as bright as the sun outside, it was still unique. According to the Dwarf Queen, there were countless rare ores and cracks in the sky, which allowed sunlight to penetrate and refract. So, under this starry sky, we went with the Dwarven Wildhammer clan's army to the Warsong Fortress in the south to support them. After an unknown amount of time, we seemed to have reached our destination. The Dwarven army stopped. There were countless Dwarven refugees and wounded in front of us, as well as the Warsong clan's Dwarven warriors. Queen Olivia personally came forward to inspect the situation. She was different from when we first met. She was fully armed. She wore exquisite dwarven leather armor, with 2 short dwarven muskets hanging from her waist. She also wore a cloak made of unknown fur. These dwarfs were not too clear about the situation above. They only knew that the Ghoul army was huge and aggressive. Many of their villages had been massacred. Looking at the low morale of the dwarfs, Queen Olivia ordered the army to continue forward. They would go through the entrance and join the Warsong clan's defense. We arrived at a huge stone gate that was emitting a dazzling light. Below the stone gate was the hill we had just passed. This was the entrance to the Warsong fortress that connected the surface and the underground. When they saw the Warsong clan's dwarven guards, they bowed to Queen Olivia of the Dwarven Kingdom. At the same time, when they saw the reinforcements, they seemed to cheer up. They were ordered to open the gate. We and the Wildhammer clan's dwarven army came to the surface. This was the inner part of the mountain range near the Warsong fortress. As we came out from underground, I felt a long-lost sense of freedom. As expected, dragons were meant to soar in the sky. They were meant to live underground without oppression. No wonder there were still many dwarfs who were unwilling to live underground. Although they knew that it would be much safer, their stubbornness made them choose to protect their homeland with their lives. I saw that inside the Warsong fortress, there were broken walls everywhere. Dwarven corpses were strewn all over the muddy snow. Broken armor, weapons stuck in the corpses, and burning houses. It was obvious that a terrible war had taken place here. I didn't want to hide anything. I used my mind to control the shadow wings and flew up into the sky. Not far away, I saw a few dwarven airships dropping oil cans and torches from the sky. The Warsong fortress was surrounded by countless ghouls that covered the mountains like black dots. How were we supposed to break through this iron barrel-like siege? Chapter 143. Seeing me standing in the sky like a god, the dwarfs below, including Queen Olivia, were all shocked. Avina saw the dwarfs' shocked expressions and couldn't help but find it a little funny. Queen Olivia knew that I must be very powerful to be brought to meet them by Dolam Iron Drill, but she didn't expect my strength to be completely beyond their imagination. It seemed that this battle was still going to be fought. I saw that the dwarven airships were still throwing kerosene at the corpse-tied army, but it had little effect. These dwarven airships had a serious flaw, and that was that the airship's energy consumption was astonishing. It couldn't last for too long, and it was difficult to resupply. On top of that, it was slow and couldn't fly too high. It was easy to become a live target for long-range ground troops. This undead army was made up of ghouls. They also had long-range troops, such as the ghouls who had turned into ghouls that used to be the Empire's archers and liches. These liches were different from ordinary ghouls. They were a higher-level existence, and they could use magic that contained death magic. Therefore, the liches on the ground besieging the fortress and the ghouls shooting arrows fired at the dwarven airships, causing the few remaining airships to crash and fall outside the fortress. I was thinking of a solution when several loud sounds rang out from the walls and towers of the fortress. The huge caliber magic crystal cannons bombarded the ghouls outside the fortress with destructive magic. Queen Olivia also quickly ordered people to put the magic crystal cannons and bronze puppets into battle positions. She and her people also quickly joined the battle. For a time, various magic spells smashed into the ghouls, creating flowers of corpses. However, these ghouls didn't know fear, and only used their numbers to overwhelm this lonely fortress. It was time for me to take action. Avina, Uther, and I planned to join in this carnival of ghouls hunting. I hadn't faced a real enemy in a long time. This time, I wanted to kill to my heart's content. I didn't even need to fully dragonize. I was only half dragonized because this was more than enough to deal with these ghouls. Spiky dragon scales appeared on my body as I flew into the air. I descended from the sky and flew into the corpse ghouls. I used Yang Long's fist, and the blazing flames of Yang Long wrapped around my half-dragon fist. Wherever it went, the corpse ghouls were annihilated. Avina rode on the summoned elf Ronwhip. She held the snowdrift bow in her hand and shot out icy blue arrows that froze the ghouls and turned them into fine powder. Some necromancers and ghoul archers tried to attack Avina, but her elf Ronwhip cleverly carried her to avoid them. As for Uther the ascetic, he asked Queen Olivia to take care of the snow fox that accompanied him. He then took out a silver spear from one of his luggage. This was the Spear of Starry Sky, the weapon that he always carried with him. Like a shooting star, he rushed to the top of the fortress wall and jumped off the wall. There was a flash of starry light, and the ground below was already filled with chunks of corpses. Countless corpse ghouls rushed toward me and Uther, surrounding us. However, for domain masters like us, this was nothing. In an instant, the corpse ghouls were cut into 8 pieces, and they let out mournful wails. Heavens, who are these people? A guy who can fly and transform into a half-dragon, a woman who can ride a dragon and fight, and a man who can move as fast as lightning with a spear. It's so scary. Queen Olivia looked at the sleeping snow fox in her arms and fell into deep thought. It seemed that she didn't need to do anything. These corpse ghouls were the ones who were pitiful. Outside the Warsong fortress, there was a scorched earth. The corpse ghoul army had been wiped out, and the rest had fled without a trace. It seemed that the siege had been lifted. The dwarfs breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Fred Warsong and Harold Warsong, the lords of the Warsong fortress, who were commanding the battle on the walls, stopped. They were already covered in blood, and there were many injuries on their bodies. At this time, they remembered that they had to go to the Lord's Council Hall to entertain Queen Olivia and the others who had come to support them. Avina, Uther, and I stood outside the fortress. The 3 of us were already scorched earth. The massacre just now made my blood boil. It had been a long time since I felt like this. It was really cool. There were chunks of corpses everywhere. The outside of the fortress had become a sea of corpses. After the battle just now, I was a little tired. I looked at Avina and Uther. The 3 of us didn't need to speak too much. We had already formed a tacit understanding between each other, especially between me and Avina. The 3 of us walked side by side to the main gate of the Warsong fortress. Here, the dwarfs had already lined up to welcome us into the fortress. Whether it was strength or the fact that we had helped them, they admired us from the bottom of their hearts. They thought that we were their heroes. The gate of the Warsong fortress slowly lowered. The dwarven warriors who had just fought a bloody battle let out a warm cheer to celebrate the return of their heroes. Under the highest etiquette and respect of the dwarfs, we were led to the Lord's Council Hall of the Warsong fortress. When the guards at the gate saw us, they immediately gave us a standard dwarven salute. As soon as we entered the warm and bright Lord's Council Hall, the flags here came into view. Hanging on the roof were many of the flags here. It was a flag with a flying sea serpent. Sitting in the Lord's seat were 2 dwarfs. One was the famous Harold Warsong, the other was Fred Warsong. Beside them were Queen Olivia and Uther's cute snow fox. The little guy was still immersed in his sweet dreams. Harold John Ge was the elder brother of the 2 brothers. He had a snow-white Icefield snow wolf, which was extremely ferocious and huge. He was wearing armor that he did not have time to change out of after the battle. His eyes were unusually firm, as if he could see through a person's heart. He was unfathomable. At first glance, you could tell that he was a ruthless person. Beside him, Fred Warsong seemed to be younger than his brother. However, he also seemed to be a brave warrior. This was the first time we met. The 2 brothers gave me a good impression. I felt that they really had a heroic spirit. In order to welcome us back, the long table was already filled with wine and delicious food. Queen Olivia wanted to hold a celebratory banquet for us to thank us for rescuing the dwarfs of the Warsong fortress. The 2 dwarven brothers also showed respect to the 3 of us. After all, they had seen our strength. Chapter 144. During the banquet, a few dwarven bards played their beloved lute. The gentle and melodious singing, accompanied by candlelight and a hearth, made me feel as if a lifetime had passed. It was as if the previous battle with the ghouls had never happened. The snowflakes of the northern frontier dance in the sky. The ancient Ghoul Emperor has returned. The indestructible fortress is guarded by you and me. The overwhelming tide of ghouls has shattered everything. Born as warriors of the Dwarven Kingdom, we will not be exiled dogs. In times of danger, hope is slim. The great god of forging, Tarom, shines under his glory. 3 heroes have appeared out of nowhere, the flame of hope has been reignited. The fire of the dwarf's hearth will never be extinguished, the dwarven war song will never end. The dragon's descendant stands proudly in the sky, overlooking the entire fortress. The raging fire has turned the Gowls into scorched earth. The goddess of war riding a dragon, the heroes who are like cold meteors. Today's wine and songs are dedicated to you. We will always look forward to your return. The people of the dwarfs will always welcome you with open doors. Queen Olivia was the first to raise her glass. She looked at us with a smile. This toast is to the heroes. The dwarfs will never forget this friendship, Queen Olivia said to us. At the same time, the 2 brothers, Hard and Fred, also raised their glasses to thank us for saving the Warsong Fortress from the Gowl army. The 3 of us also raised our glasses happily. To be honest, the wine of the dwarfs was the best wine I had ever tasted in the entire Hadalado continent. Putting down our glasses, we began to enjoy the delicacies of the dwarfs while chatting with each other. This time, we want to find the ancient Gowl Emperor. Do you have any information that you can provide us? I asked Queen Olivia and the 2 lords directly. This hero, our dwarven kingdom has 3 major fortresses. Currently, there are 3 major bastion cities on the surface. They are the former royal city of Anrila, the Furnace Fortress, and our Warsong Fortress. Beneath these 3 major cities is the huge underground city where most of the dwarfs of our dwarf kingdom gather. As you know, most of our dwarf kingdom is on the Tamil Plateau. It's extremely cold here, and there are all kinds of rare beasts. The western part of the Tamil Plateau is a forbidden area for dwarfs. Even if the 3 of you are strong, I would advise the 3 of you not to go there. There is an incomparably huge circular lake called Ice Mirror Lake. To the west of the lake is the Tamil Plateau's #1 mountain peak, Raging Edge Mountain. No one dares to set foot there, Fred Warsinger said to us while gnawing on half of a roasted pig leg. Yes, heroes, that place is a forbidden area for us dwarfs. No one can get out of there alive. We only know a little about it from ancient books. As for the ancient corpse emperor you're looking for, I'm sure he's not there either. As for where he is, based on the direction of the Gowls' attacks, we believe that they are most likely from the east of the Warsong Fortress. As for the exact location, we can't do anything about it. Harold Warsong put down his glass and said to us, "Heroes, we dwarfs will do our best to assist you in this matter. How about this? I've decided to personally lead a team of elite dwarven warriors and go with you to find the ancient corpse emperor. After all, we are more familiar with the dwarf kingdom. We can be your guide," Queen Olivia said. "How can that be? You are the queen of the dwarf kingdom. The journey will be dangerous." "It's better for us to go alone," I said hurriedly. Uther also agreed. "What's wrong, benefactors? Are you looking down on me? Or do you think I will cause trouble for you?" Queen Olivia said to us. "Let me join as well. Now that the crisis of the Warsong Fortress has been resolved, we should take the initiative to attack. I want to join the team to hunt down the ancient corpse emperor." Fred Warsong looked at his brother. "All right, I agree to let you join. However, everything depends on the opinions of the heroes," Harold Warsong said. He had the temperament of a leader. "In that case, we will lead a small number of elites and set off tomorrow morning to find the ancient corpse emperor's lair. How about that?" I could only agree. After all, they were more familiar with the dwarf kingdom. I could only say that I would have to take care of the battle. I couldn't let Queen Olivia get hurt. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. "Then it's decided. Heroes, rest well tonight. I will ask my men to prepare," Queen Olivia said happily. Just like that, the banquet ended. We returned to the Warsong Fortress and stayed in the rooms that Lord Harold had arranged for us. "Larrick, are we really going to bring Queen Olivia and Fred with us?" Avina looked at me and asked. "Forget it. They are dwarfs after all. It's not bad to be a guide. Seeing how confident they are, they should be able to protect themselves. After all, we can't reject their enthusiasm," I said. "All right then. I'm just worried about you. I'm afraid that they will distract you. What if? Avina hesitated. It'll be fine. Don't worry. I have seen the ancient corpse emperor before. That holy Emperor Barossa is an old acquaintance, I comforted her. Let's rest early. We don't know what kind of adventure awaits us tomorrow, I continued. Avina immediately snuggled into my arms like a well-behaved child. My fingers stroked her silky hair, and she enjoyed it very much. We slept until dawn. The east was already turning white. We arrived at the entrance of the Warsong Fortress's meeting hall. Olivia and the others had been waiting for us for a long time. When the three of us arrived, Queen Olivia came forward to welcome us. She told us that they were ready to depart. Just like that, Avina, Uther, Queen Olivia, Fred Warsong, and a group of elite dwarven warriors were sent off by Lord Harold Warsong. We left the Warsong Fortress through the main gate. We were going to the east of the Warsong Fortress to search for the ancient corpse emperor's lair there. It was snowing heavily at this time. Avina and I had changed into the thick fur clothes we wore earlier this morning. Even so, there were still a lot of snowflakes on our fur clothes. Some of them had even turned into ice. Uther and his snow fox walked side by side. The snow fox was still agile even in the thick snow. Uther's white linen clothes were really resistant to the cold. Outside the fortress, there was still a large area of scorched earth. Although there was no stench of corpses, it was still nauseating. Queen Olivia and Fred Warsong walked side by side. Fred had changed into a new set of armor and carried a double-edged axe on his back. Behind them was a small group of elite dwarven warriors. Chapter 145. Queen Olivia had also changed into a thick leather armor. She still had 2 muskets strapped to her waist. She did not ride an antelope this time. Instead, she chose to walk like us. White snow covered the sky as far as the eye could see. The sky was cold, the ground was frozen, and the earth was sealed in ice. Our group stepped on this boundless land. This was the northern snowfield. It was a scenery that could only be seen in the Dwarven Kingdom. We walked in the snow for a few days. It was as if our bodies were about to freeze. Then, we saw a herd of snow yaks running towards us from the east. The snow yak was a very lazy animal. Its body was covered with thick white hair, and its black horns were particularly conspicuous. The snow yak was very large, and its meat was very delicious. Its milk could also be made into dairy products, such as cheese. However, this group of people running around in panic was a rare sight in the Tamil Highlands of the Dwarf Kingdom. Could it be that there was something terrifying here? Then, we saw a huge ice peak in the distance. The peak reached the clouds. What is that place? I asked Queen Olivia. That should be the ice peak of Althalia, Fred confidently told us. He had followed his father there when he was young. It was indeed a huge ice peak. When we stood at the foot of the ice peak, we could feel the vastness of the ice peak. In front of this ice peak, humans were as small as ants. The huge ice peak stretched endlessly. It was difficult to measure its height. I looked up at the sky. However, at the place where the clouds met the huge ice peak, we had just reached the mountainside. The ice peak that Anrella was attached to was already huge, but compared to this huge ice peak, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Standing at the foot of this gigantic ice peak that was radiating a cold aura, I couldn't help but feel small and insignificant as a human. In the eastern part of the Warsong Fortress, there was only one ice peak. The rest was flat. Our group of people climbed up along the transparent ice cliff, above the towering ice peak, above the sea of clouds. After going through so much, we finally reached this place. Boom! A huge trembling sound came from afar. The scorching sun directly shone on the towering ice peak. Boom! There was another loud noise. The elite dwarven warriors looked in the direction of the noise, clenched their weapons, and looked into the distance with vigilance. The surroundings trembled, and a huge white shadow climbed out of the ice peak. Roar! A loud howl of a beast came from afar. When the dwarf warrior saw the huge white figure appear on the mountain top, he couldn't help but gasp. It was a snow ape. The snow ape was standing on the mountain top, about 1,000 feet high. It was pounding its chest with its two hairy and thick fists, causing loud thumps to reverberate in the surroundings. Roar. The ferocious-looking Yetis roared, its voice like thunder as it charged towards us. That momentum was truly astonishing. Even the strong-willed dwarven warriors were shocked when they saw such a huge and ferocious-looking beast. "Look!" a dwarven warrior shouted and pointed at the snow ape. The ferocious face of the snow ape revealed a horrified expression. Then, its thick legs suddenly exerted force, and it turned into a white dot in the sky. Then, it landed heavily, and the ground caved in deeply. Cracks spread out in all directions, and in the midst of the popping sound, snowflakes rose from the snow ape's feet. The snow ape immediately thought that we were hostile. It opened its claws and revealed long fangs in its mouth. It looked at us fiercely. The panic just now didn't seem to exist. At this time, Uther's little snow fox was trembling in fear, but I didn't want to kill the snow ape. There might be something that made it run out. Seeing that we didn't mean to hurt it, the snow ape didn't think much and jumped to the west. What was it? I couldn't help but want to know what was on the ice peak of Althalia. There was no time for us to think about it. We saw many white shadows moving towards us on the ice peak, but their speed was obviously much slower. What the hell is this? Fred took down his double-edged axe and was ready for battle. The others were also ready for battle. As soon as Fred's voice fell, an icy blue claw emerged from the ground. A monster made of ice crawled out of the ground. The surrounding temperature dropped a lot because of the appearance of this monster. This ice-blue monster looked extremely ferocious, and its entire body was covered with razor-sharp ice blades. Not good. This is an ice crawler. Its body is completely made of the ice element. They don't have a crystal core like elemental creatures. It can be said that they don't have a fatal weakness. The only way to kill them is to break them into pieces, Queen Olivia reminded us. I looked at these ice crawlers. I smelled a murderous aura from this ice monster. This was a monster that lived to kill. No, not just one, but an entire group. At this moment, the white dots in the distance were still approaching us. Why were we constantly surrounded by waves of monsters today? We didn't know what these white dots in the distance were, but these ice crawlers were very troublesome to deal with. I immediately used Yang Long's roar. It contained the power of a domain. Uther also released his domain at almost the same time. But to our surprise, these ice crawlers were not afraid of it. They were actually immune to domain-level pressure. How terrifying. These ice crawlers were like corpses. They began to attack us soullessly. Since that was the case, we could only fight them head-on. But what we didn't expect was that these ice crawlers could also breathe. It was a kind of ice breath. One of the dwarven warriors was careless and didn't have time to dodge. He also didn't expect the ice crawlers to use such a terrifying magic. Starting from his feet, the dwarven warrior slowly condensed into an ice sculpture at a speed visible to the naked eye. His shock and fear before his death were wrapped up in the solid ice of the ice crawler's breath. I immediately transformed into my half-dragon form. Uther also took out his spear of stars. Avina also decisively used her snowfall bow. Queen Olivia and Fred also joined the battle. For a time, everyone was fighting against the increasing number of ice crawlers. Although our side is made up of elites, there are still quite a few people who have been frozen into ice by the ice crawlers. This can't go on. We have to think of a way. Chapter 146. The number of these ice crawlers kept increasing. They had no physical bodies. Their bodies were made up of the inexhaustible ice elements of Althalia's ice peaks. Unlike some ordinary magical beasts, they did not have a magical beast core. Therefore, they had almost no fatal weaknesses. Uther and I's domain-level pressure did not work on them. This was the first time I had encountered such a situation. Could it be that these guys were not living creatures at all? At this time, Queen Olivia pulled out two exquisitely carved dwarven bronze guns from her waist. She shot accurately, smashing the ice crawlers into pieces. However, the number of ice-blue ice crawlers kept increasing. What should we do? I found that my frost arrows do not seem to have any effect on them. Avina said to me as she shot at the ice crawlers with her snowfall bow. It seems that we have really encountered a big problem this time. Avina also looked a little helpless. Fred swung his double-edged axe. His heavy dwarven armor made him look like a human fortress as he rushed towards the ice crawlers. A few of the ice crawlers' frost breath almost froze him, but he bravely avoided it. At the same time, he swung his axe like a whirlwind, chopping the ice crawler beside him into pieces. The ground was filled with ice shards, but there was no corpse. At this time, Uther also directly used the star spear. His speed was like a meteor as he constantly shuttled through the ice creepers. He passed through the ice creepers and the ice creepers were suddenly fragmented and broken. There are too many of these monsters. What the hell is going on? Fred said as he chopped an ice crawler into pieces. At the same time, many ice crawlers surrounded him. When will this end? Olivia's twin guns were already burning hot. They were starting to misfire. Helpless, she could only take out a dagger to protect herself. At this time, I had killed almost 20 ice crawlers. However, the more I killed, the more ice crawlers there seemed to be. It was as if I could not kill them all. I used the Sword of Retribution, which had been infused with Yang Chang's magic, to turn an ice crawler into dust. At the same time, I was thinking about how to lead everyone out of danger. The white figures in the distance were getting closer and closer, but we didn't know if they were friends or foes. If more enemies come, it will be one disaster after another. In the face of more and more ice crawlers, more than half of the dwarven warriors were frozen into ice. A few elite dwarven warriors risked their lives to protect their queen. The huge ice crawler not only used ice breath, but also used its huge sharp ice claws to smash the frozen elite dwarven warriors. Moreover, it also used its ice claws to attack the dwarven warriors. The power of those ice claws was no joke. If these guys were a little more agile, perhaps we really wouldn't have a chance. The movements of these huge fellows, who were emitting bone-piercing cold air, were still somewhat slow. Not all demons were corporeal. Many demon servants were completely formless after death. However, this made humans helpless against them. In the ice mountains of Althalia, there was an inexhaustible supply of ice. This allowed these demons to use ice to construct their bodies. After they died, their bodies would shatter and there would be no corpse. These were the ice crawlers, a terrifying existence. They didn't have any fatal weaknesses. Their attacks were terrifying. The key was that there were too many of them. It felt as if the more we killed, the more there were. While killing these ice crawlers, my feet and many parts of my body were frozen by the ice breath of these ice crawlers. Fortunately, the fire dragon power in my body melted the ice and resisted, so I didn't freeze to death like those dwarven warriors. At this time, I realized that the moving white figures were finally approaching. I could see their appearance. At the same time, I didn't dare to be too distracted. These ice crawlers were indeed terrifying. Just like that, I saw that these white figures were a group of brown bears with white fur all over their bodies. However, they had 4 limbs and were very similar to snow apes. However, they were as strong as bears. Their figures were slightly taller than the ice crawlers, but they were almost the same. Their snow-white fur bodies only revealed 2 big black eyes. They held weapons that looked like boomerangs in their hands. As it turned out, those boomerangs were actually made from the bones of some huge animal. Could this be the legendary Snow Region hairy people? Why did they appear here? Were they enemies or friends? With a few loud roars, those Snow Region hairy people threw the boomerangs in their hands towards us. In the end, those boomerangs turned around above our heads and directly hit those ice crawlers. In an instant, those ice crawlers were smashed into pieces. Those Snow Region hairy people suddenly shouted. Those boomerangs seemed to have some magical power and flew back into their hands. Just like that, over and over again, they actually killed the ice crawlers. It seemed that they had come to help us. How lucky. I also decided to try out the power of the stars that the first-generation leader Bo Regan had imparted to me. I wanted to turn the situation around and completely eliminate these hateful ice crawlers. I condensed the power of the stars in my body. I wanted to test just how strong this power of stars was. The sword of retribution in my hand had already started to shine with a starry light from the hilt to the blade. I jumped into the air and waved it a few times. Then, I saw a formless yet tangible sword energy slash towards those ice crawlers who didn't have time to dodge. Everywhere it passed, they were all turned to dust. Everyone looked at me in shock. Even the snow region hairy people temporarily stopped, as if they had forgotten to fight. At this time, the remaining ice crawlers let out a sorrowful cry and all of them drilled into the ground and slipped away. This crisis was finally resolved. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. The snow region hairy people ended their battle and looked at us with gratitude. At this time, one of them actually spoke. He actually used the ancient giant language. As it turned out, these snow region hairy people were inextricably linked to the ancient giants. Hello, dwarfs and humans. Thank you very much for helping us eliminate these ice demons. My name is Linda, the chief of the Frost Edge tribe. The snow region hairy people said to us in a friendly manner. At first, we thought that these were some kind of monsters. In the end, it turned out that they were living beings with intelligence. They were even a branch of the giants. We also thank you very much. Thank you for coming in time. Queen Olivia walked over and replied in the ancient giant language. I didn't expect that not only was Queen Olivia's fighting strength not weak, she also knew the ancient giant language. Chapter 147. After a simple conversation, we told the hairy people of the snow region why we had come. The hairy people of the snow region were grateful that we had driven away the ice demon that had been bothering them. To thank us, Chief Linda of the Frost Edge tribe decided to take us to find the lair of the ancient corpse emperor. He knew a place that could be the lair of the ancient corpse emperor. The hairy people of the snow region took us to the most primitive part of the Althalia ice peak. The clouds here covered the sky, and no one had ever reached this place. In this primitive area, I felt something was wrong. It was abnormally quiet, and there was no sound. It wasn't like the places we had passed before. This place was dead silent, and there were no birds or beasts in this vast area. I felt a little scared in this spacious area, but we didn't want to give up halfway. We braced ourselves and continued to move forward. Gradually, a thick fishy smell drifted into my nose. Ariwena also furrowed her brows. She guessed that there must be some evil beast lurking in front of us. The unique smell it emitted made the birds and beasts in the vicinity not dare to approach. Logically speaking, on the Althalia ice peak, the cold should have numbed our sense of smell. However, we could still smell the strong odor. After walking for a while, Uther's little snow fox stopped moving. She lied on the ground. No matter how Uther teased her, she didn't move. Uther had no choice but to pick up the little snow fox and place her on his shoulder. After walking for a while, we began to see huge footprints on the ground. Each footprint was as big as half a dwarf. I finally understood what kind of evil beast was in front of us. It was an ancient giant. I couldn't help but recall the ancient giant father and his little son that I had rescued. This place was dead silent, and all the birds and beasts had avoided them. However, the ancient giant's footprints were so dense. It was possible that the ancient giant lived in front of us. Fred shivered. He had met an ancient giant during the war with the ancient giants. If his brother Harold hadn't helped him, he would have died under the ancient giant's feet. Although he had become stronger, he was still far from being able to deal with a giant. An adult ancient giant was as big as a mountain. Each of them had a strong body, and they were fast and fierce. Are there ancient giants up ahead? I asked. Snow region hairy man Linda nodded. I asked him how many there were, and he said the entire tribe. I sucked in a breath of cold air. The strength of an adult ancient giant was already very frightening. If there were many ancient giants, I didn't dare to imagine. Queen Olivia hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and decided to move on. The fishy smell became thicker and thicker, making people want to vomit. We walked carefully under the lead of the snow region hairy man Linda. The ground in front of us became flatter and flatter. At this time, we saw a scene that made our hair stand on end. There was actually a small mountain of white bones in front of us. The eerie white bones were frightening, and the faint white light was terrifying. Behind the pile of bones was a totem gate made of trees and skulls of unknown animals. It was a hideous and terrifying sight. Upon closer inspection, it gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling. My scalp went numb, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I was both shocked and scared. I looked around vigilantly. How many lives did it take to pile up a mountain of bones? This place is simply hell on earth. Wother sighed. When I arrived near the small mountain of bones, I was secretly shocked. These white bones were incomparably huge. The small bones were even taller than a dwarf. The ground around the mountain of bones was white and swaying. It was actually a thick layer of bone dust. It could be inferred that this mountain of bones had a very long history. Otherwise, these white bones wouldn't have been weathered into bone dust. I found that some of the bones were still attached to bloody pieces of flesh. It meant that these bones were newly piled up. The strange smell made me want to vomit. This place was already filled with the stench of the ancient giants. With this strange smell, it was simply unbearable. I was really disgusted. I resisted the urge to vomit and observed this place. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly. Two tall figures appeared in the distance. I was shocked. I knew that the ancient giants had arrived. I hid and watched from a distance. I saw two giants of different heights walking over. Their heavy footsteps made muffled sounds as they landed on the ground. Their bodies were covered with thick body hair, which was as dense and long as the fur of beasts. The taller giant held a big club in his left hand. It was as long as a tree. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was no doubt a tree stump. However, in his hand, it was just a light weapon. He carried a saber-toothed tiger on his right shoulder. The saber-toothed tiger had died a long time ago. Its head and tail drooped weakly, swaying with the giant's footsteps. The saber-toothed tiger was an ancient animal that was almost extinct. Perhaps only the dwarf kingdom had a few saber-toothed tigers left on the Hadrado continent. The other giant was slightly shorter. He also held a long club in his hand. He also carried a saber-toothed tiger cub on his shoulder. I was shocked. Saber-toothed tigers were very strong, but in the eyes of the ancient giants, they were just food to satisfy their hunger. Everyone looked at the ancient giants in the distance, their eyes full of fear. The two ancient giants approached the bone mountain. When they were about 100 feet away, they put down the prey on their shoulders and piled them together. Then, the two ancient giants sat on the ground. After a period of time, the earth started to tremble again. Another 3 ancient giants appeared. This time, they worked together to carry half of the mammoth's corpse. The mammoth was also an ancient animal. Just like the saber-toothed tiger, there weren't many left. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the mammoth was as big as a small mountain. However, it had become the ancient giant's food. We observed the situation in the distance. Before the sun set, the ancient giants arrived one after another. There were 11 ancient giants living here. 9 of them were adult ancient giants. 3 of them were female ancient giants, and the other 2 were young ancient giants. After piling up the prey, the giants knelt down in front of the terrifying totems around the pile of bones. Muffled sounds came from each of their mouths, as if they were praying for something. Then the giants stood up and walked towards the prey. The next scene was bloody. The ancient giants began to eat their prey. They were really eating raw meat and drinking blood. I quickly turned my head. Avina also turned her head. It seemed she didn't want to see the bloody scene. Chapter 148. By the time the giants finished their dinner, the sky had already darkened. Half of the prey had been eaten, and there was a large pile of bones here. A few giants got up and threw the bones up the small mountain of bones. Although I already understood the origin of the bone mountain, I didn't know why the giants piled up the bones into a mountain. From the bone powder at the foot of the bone mountain, I could guess that the earliest bone mountain was thousands of years old. In other words, the giants had lived here for generations and never migrated. That was why the bones were piled up. Just now, all the giants were kowtowing to the totems around the bone mountain. I could guess why they never migrated. It could be said that they were very different from the ancient giants I had met before. I had never seen a female ancient giant before. Today, I saw it with my own eyes. Interestingly, the ancient giants were indeed divided into males and females. However, female ancient giants were very rare. People often wondered if the ancient giants had females and how they reproduced. More interestingly, the female ancient giants with big shoulders and round waists seemed to be stronger and more ferocious than the male ancient giants. Moreover, they were often the leaders of the ancient giant group. This made people wonder if the ancient giants were a matriarchal society. Although there was no evidence to show the social structure of the ancient giants. The origin of the ancient giants was still an unsolved mystery. Like other humanoid races, the ancient giants also had a certain level of intelligence and civilization. They would use animal skins to sew simple clothes and decorate them with animal bones. They would build huge bonfires to warm themselves and mark their territory. Although they were powerful, the ancient giants rarely fought with their bare hands. They would usually use bones, stones, and wood to make simple sticks or stone axes as weapons. The ancient giants would occasionally hunt, but their main source of food came from their unique domestic animals, mammoths. Mammoths provided the ancient giants with fur, meat, milk, ivory, and bones. Therefore, the ancient giants valued their mammoths very much and treated them as their own property. Hurting a mammoth with an owner was almost as serious as hurting its owner. According to some observations, the ancient giants did have a very special affinity and affection for mammoths. The ancient giants could also speak, but it sounded like vague and low snoring. Only the ancient giants could understand the meaning of this language. This was the ancient giant language. Some people learned this language through special methods and found that it could help to eliminate the hostility of the ancient giants. After training, the ancient giant could also speak a few simple sentences in Dwarven and Durman. The ancient giants did not have words, but they seemed to like to use some spiral patterns to mark the stones around their territory or the tusks of their tamed mammoths. These patterns were thought to be simple to attract mates or mark their territory. The ancient giants usually lived in small groups of a few ancient giants. It was said that in ancient times, there were dozens or even hundreds of ancient giants that formed a large tribe. They were led by the most powerful ancient giant king who had absolute authority. However, most of these tribes were destroyed in the war between the ancient giants and the German Empire. Nowadays, they were almost nowhere to be seen. Sometimes, the ancient giants of a region would gather in a specific place to communicate, exchange items, or mate. This kind of place seemed to have some kind of religious nature, although no religion of the ancient giants had been found so far. It was worth mentioning that the ancient giants were one of the few creatures that had special feelings for death other than the intelligent races. According to some observations, the ancient giants of a region were always willing to end their lives in a specific place. If they died in an accident, their companions would try to bring their bodies there to be buried. The reason for the formation of this ancient giant mound was still unknown. Most of the time, the ancient giants maintained a relatively peaceful state with other intelligent races. The only large-scale conflict occurred when they broke with the dwarfs. At that time, they often fought with the ancient giant tribe. Although they were destructive, the ancient giants were not aggressive. As long as their territory and the mammoths they tamed were not threatened, they were relatively peaceful. Of course, in the Dwarf Kingdom, there were still incidents of ancient giants breaking into farms or attacking caravans from time to time. Therefore, the dwarfs also retaliated against the ancient giants by ganging up on the lone ancient giant. However, there was a huge difference between the ancient giants and the ordinary ancient giants on the Althalia ice peak. In fact, these ancient giants were a type of frost ancient giant. These ancient giants were extremely rare, and compared to ordinary ancient giants, their appearance was even more peculiar. They had horns, 4 eyes, 3 fingers, and long hair that was much thicker than the ancient giants. Moreover, they seemed to be much stronger than ordinary primordial giants, and they can use the power of frost. However, we know nothing about their origins. They seem to worship totems, and they seem to like killing. They are very ferocious, and they don't seem to be very intelligent. Most importantly, they are very smelly. When talking about the ancient giants, it was necessary to talk about the mammoths, which were closely related to the ancient giants. These giant beasts that lived in the dwarf kingdom all had 2 pairs of long teeth. These mammoths that lived in the dwarf kingdom were huge in size and had brown hair. As long as they were not provoked, mammoths were relatively docile creatures. Although they looked fierce, they would not actively attack other creatures. Only the tall ancient giants had successfully tamed them. Mammoths were the most important livestock of the ancient giants. They provided the ancient giants with meat, milk, skin, teeth, and bones as decorations. Similarly, mammoths were also the most important property of the ancient giants. Attacking a mammoth raised by a giant without permission would anger its owner. Although mammoths had great war potential, there were not many records of them being used in war. The only record now was that when the dwarf kingdom resisted the invasion of Holy Emperor Barossa, there were records of ancient giants and mammoths joining the war. Our group was well hidden, and Uther and I had used our domain level power to hide our auras. These stupid frost ancient giants had not discovered us yet. They were kowtowing to the terrifying skull totem. Their movements were very big, and we were even a little nervous. After all, there were 11 frost ancient giants. At this time, Uther and I discovered at almost the same time that there seemed to be a huge sinkhole in the place where the ancient giants came from. However, it was very far away and could not be seen with the naked eye. We perceived it through our domain level power. What was that place? Chapter 149. Just like that, we waited for the frost primordial giants to finish everything. We planned to take advantage of the night to bypass the frost primordial giants' territory and go directly to the sinkhole to investigate. After the 11 frost primordial giants had eaten their fill, they wiped the blood and flesh from their mouths and communicated with each other in a language that seemed to come from their throats. Then, they got up and began to walk back in the direction they came from. Their footsteps were so big that the ground around them trembled. Finally, after they left, our tense nerves relaxed a little. At that moment, the stench around us made us feel nauseous. We hadn't eaten for a long time. We quietly thanked Chief Linda of the Snow Region Hairy Men. With Queen Olivia's translation, we asked Chief Linda to return to his Frost Edge tribe. We would explore the rest of the way slowly. Chief Linda of the Snow Region Hairy Men did not say anything. He was very happy to be able to help us. Since that was the case, he went back to his tribe alone. The rest was up to us. We decided to follow the frost primordial giant's footprints and carefully head to the sinkhole. I had a premonition that there was something at the bottom of the sinkhole. In fact, these frost primordial giants were kneeling in the direction of the sinkhole. Could they be worshipping the sinkhole? Although I had a hunch, I couldn't say anything. We could only take one step at a time. At that moment, we saw that in the distance, the frost primordial giants had returned. It turned out that the frost primordial giants lived some distance from here. That was the only way to get to the sinkhole. The frost primordial giants lived in a large area. They were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. There were 2 sleeping mammoths and a small mammoth next to them. Loud snoring. It seemed that the frost primordial giants had fallen asleep. Our group carefully moved forward. However, if we wanted to get to the sinkhole, we had to pass through the frost primordial giants' territory. There were a few bonfires burning here, providing us with some light. Although I was already a domain tier, I felt very uneasy facing so many frost primordial giants at the same time. Especially when I had to protect the others. The place was very messy. It was really in line with the frost primordial giant style. We stepped over the sleeping frost primordial giants. We walked all the way to the sinkhole. Uther used his perception to lead the others in front. Avina and I stayed behind in case the ancient frost giants suddenly woke up. Fortunately, we were careful enough to not alarm these primordial frost giants. However, Who would have thought that even though we didn't alarm those frost ancient giants, an enormous beast howl suddenly sounded from the heavenly pit. His voice was so loud that it reverberated through the area. His wails caused the ancient frost giants to instantly sit up and look in the direction of the sinkhole. In an instant, the expressions on the faces of these frost primordial giants seemed to reflect the fear in their hearts. But when they saw us humans and dwarfs, these horned primordial frost giants instantly became incomparably tyrannical. All of them stood up and picked up their weapons, clubs, and rocks. Then, they attacked us crazily. He was truly speechless. Who would have expected such a thing to happen at this time? It wouldn't have mattered if it had happened earlier or later, but it just had to happen at this time. But what exactly was in that sinkhole? What was it that was wailing? For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Althalia's icy peak was very big, and this sinkhole was located near the peak. Under Uther's lead, the dwarfs madly ran toward the sinkhole. Avina and I also entered battle mode and prepared to deal with the ancient frost giants that had already pounced on us. These ancient frost giants bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Some of them even threw huge rocks at us. Those huge rocks still had ice on them. There was no other way. I could only use my strongest domain to suppress them. I released my domain-level aura and covered those frost primordial giants. For a moment, these ancient frost giants were intimidated. They actually stopped and even looked a little scared. However, after a short while, these ancient frost giants bared their fangs and attacked me and Avina with ferocious expressions. Avina and I fought as we retreated. Soon, we met other people who were around that sinkhole. Soon, the ancient frost giants caught up with us. When they saw us standing at the edge of the sinkhole, they all knelt down, their faces filled with fear. They began to speak in the ancient Jotun language. Then, like a wisp of smoke, they turned around and ran back in the direction they had come from. They said that this is the abyss of despair. Anyone who goes down will never return. They will only be swallowed by the endless abyss, said Queen Olivia. She understood some of the Jotun language. We looked at the sinkhole from the side. This sinkhole was really huge. I really admired the uncanny workmanship of the God of creation. This kind of miracle wasn't something that could be seen every day. As we stood at the edge of this huge sinkhole, it felt like some kind of power was trying to suck us in. The wind that blew from the sinkhole carried a trace of coldness. This was the abyss of despair that the ancient frost giants had mentioned. It seemed likely that the ancient corpse emperor's lair was inside. However, was there really only the ancient corpse emperor's lair here? Why hadn't we seen a single corpse ghost since we had set foot on Althalia's icy peak? I didn't believe that I had killed all the corpse ghosts last time. Also, how did the corpse ghosts go down each time? Did they climb out of the ground and come back to the icy peak? Although the corpse ghosts didn't get tired, this was too torturous. Since the ancient frost giants had retreated, we weren't in a hurry to go down the sinkhole. This sinkhole was surrounded by uneven cliffs. It was so deep that we couldn't see the bottom. It was pitch black. We decided to rest here and eat something. After all, it had been a long time since we had rested. I thought that whatever was underground had made the ancient frost giants run away. It seemed that this thing was even more terrifying than them. There was a good saying. When you stare into the abyss stares back at you. I wanted to ask for everyone's opinion. I wanted to see if there was anyone who didn't want to go down. They could stay here and help us. Fred used the flint he had brought with him to light a torch. Then, he threw the torch into the sinkhole. The torch was instantly extinguished. After a long time, there was no response. Then, we heard a mournful howl from the sinkhole. That sound directly penetrated our bodies and attacked our souls. Chapter 150. Now, if anyone doesn't want to go down, you can stay here and wait for us to come up, or you can go back directly. After all, I don't know what's down there. It may be a danger that I can't fight against. I don't know if I can protect you when the time comes. I said to Queen Olivia, Fred, and the remaining elite dwarven warriors. Lord Larrick, we are willing to go with you. No matter what, we will die without regrets. We will not cause you any trouble. An elite dwarven warrior took the lead and said, and the others followed. Yes, you can rest assured. This is our choice. Don't think about leaving us behind. Queen Olivia also said with a smile. She had already replaced the dead elite dwarven warrior's one-handed battle axe and round shield. After all, she still needed a melee weapon. Who cares? We dwarfs aren't cowards. I'll smash his head open with my axe and see how different he is from us, Fred said straightforwardly, not minding it at all. Don't worry, my lord. We will not hold you back. The dwarfs said one after another. Well, since no one has any objections, let's go down together. I saw that no one had any objections, so I decided to study how to go down this abyss. Another sorrowful beast howl resounded. We knew that there must be some terrifying monster in this abyss. In the end, we decided that I would become a complete dragon. I could bring 5 to 6 dwarfs with me, and I could carry a few dwarfs on my back at the same time. Owena would summon the elf dragon Weep. That way, she, Queen Olivia, and the remaining dwarfs could be brought along. As for the northern ascetic Uther, he could easily go down the abyss by himself. Uther took the initiative to say that he wanted to go down first to investigate. If something went wrong, he could at least escape quickly. In this way, we would not be wiped out if we went down immediately. We all felt that it was very reasonable, and we were very grateful that Uther would go first to investigate. At the same time, I believed in his strength. In an emergency, it should not be a problem for him to escape. In this way, Uther went down first. His movements were extremely light and swift, like a meteor rushing into the abyss. After a long time, everyone was on tenterhooks, very worried about Uther's situation. Just then, a voice came from below. I am fine. Come down. It was Uther's voice. We all cheered. I then transformed into a complete dragon transformation. Although these dwarfs knew that it was me, they were still trembling in fear. My dragon claws grabbed many dwarfs, and Fred and another dwarf rode on my back. On the other side, Owena also summoned the elf Ronwhip. The elf Ronwhip was summoned from the magic space and even stretched. Immediately, Owena and Queen Olivia rode on Ronwhip's back. Elven Ronwhip also grabbed the remaining dwarfs. They were ready. Just like that, the two of us set off towards the bottom of the abyss. Fortunately, the entrance of this sinkhole was very big. The elf Ronwhip that Owena and I summoned could actually enter the abyss at the same time. We flew for a while in the dark. Fortunately, Elven Dragon Wepu and I still had night vision. Otherwise, if we were to crash into something, the dwarfs would be in big trouble. At this time, I saw Uther. He was on a large ice surface. The ice surface was big enough for Elven Ronwhip and I to land safely. The dwarfs also landed one after another. To be honest, these dwarfs were suffering. Not to mention that they had never ridden on a dragon before, and it was very likely that they would get dizzy. Just the fact that they were being dragged around for so long was very tiring. Each of the seemingly intrepid and stubborn elite dwarven warriors endured the discomfort. They wanted to vomit but were too embarrassed to do so. Each of them looked like they were drunk. This scene was somewhat funny. Fred's situation was better because he was riding on my back. However, he felt that it would be better if he never rode on a dragon a second time. Just like that, we once again gathered at the bottom of the abyss. Although it was pitch black at this time, we quickly each held a torch. Suddenly, we had a certain understanding of the surrounding situation. It turned out that the bottom of the abyss was actually like this. We were on a large ice surface in the abyss. This ice surface wasn't the bottom of the abyss. There was a fault where we could see the cliff that led to the bottom. We decided to explore this place first. Sure enough, we made a new discovery. At the end of the ice surface, near the edge of the abyss, we found a large cave entrance. There was no other way. We could only go in and take a look. I turned into my human form. Owena also called back Elven Ronwhip. We followed the cave entrance. The inside of the cave was winding and rugged. I was responsible for exploring the path in front, and Uther was responsible for covering the rear. Our group slowly groped their way into the depths of the cave. At this time, the sorrowful howl from before suddenly resounded again. But this time, it was even more miserable and louder. We could hear it very clearly. The howl was actually coming from this cave. For a moment, all of our nerves entered a state of tension. We didn't know what we were about to face. We had to be ready to fight at any time. The deeper we went into the cave, the more we felt a biting cold. I was fine, but the others were shivering from the cold. In the end, what was it? I seemed to have a bad premonition. No matter what, I must protect Avina. As for the dwarfs, I only said that I would do my best to help them, but I wouldn't risk my life to help. Everyone was silently moving forward. Everyone tried not to make any noise, so as not to disturb something we didn't know about. Suddenly, a dazzling white light shone into each of our eyes. We couldn't help but be shocked. But after a moment, we saw an unforgettable scene. It turned out that we had reached the end of the cave. It suddenly became open. The end of the cave was completely covered with thick ice. No wonder it was so cold. This ice reflected all the light. From here, we could see everything clearly. What kind of monster was that? This monster had two huge white wolf heads with their mouths wide open. Its huge body was no less than a mammoth, and its fur was snow white. The most important thing was that its body was firmly bound by 8 arm-thick chains that came from who knows where. The monster was bound by the black chains made of an unknown material. It didn't look good, as if it was in pain. These arm-thick chains sometimes emitted red light. At this time, the monster's face was twisted in pain, and it kept howling. Chapter 151. We saw that the two-headed giant white wolf's long nose, mouth, and eyes were all twisted together. Even we felt pain when we saw the pained expression on his face. He was still twisting his body from time to time. He was frantically trying to break free from the chains. However, the more he tried to break free, the brighter the red light of the chains and the more pain he was in. The giant monster saw us, but he couldn't do anything. He couldn't do anything to us. He couldn't even do anything to the chains. He was furious and tried to break free even more frantically. However, it was all in vain. Terrifying wolf howls and sorrowful cries continuously reverberated in this spacious and cold cave. No, we couldn't stay here for too long. We would freeze to death. We couldn't care less about who had chained this giant beast here to be tortured. If we didn't leave this place soon, he would really die from the cold. But were we going to go back the way we came? Where would we go after we returned? For a moment, we felt very lost. Then, I used my domain power to realize that the cave wasn't sealed. There was actually a path. However, we had to carefully pass through the giant white wolf with 2 heads. Seeing that he was chained up, we felt that he should be fine. If we avoided him quickly, we could still reach the entrance of the cave. Just like that, we decided. We formed a line and quickly avoided the monster to reach the cave. I was in charge of taking the lead. I carefully passed through the cave. The giant white wolf with 2 heads saw that I was trying to pass through in front of him. He was furious and wanted to use his giant white wolf claws to kill me. However, the white wolf paw stopped in front of me. He was chained up and couldn't reach me. What followed was his painful howls. Seeing this, everyone imitated me and quickly passed through the cave. Most of us came to the next cave. The 2-headed wolf panicked, but he couldn't do anything about it. Suddenly, he spat out a breath of ice at a pitiful elite dwarf warrior who wanted to pass through. That stubborn and pitiful dwarf warrior was instantly frozen into a block of ice. Just a second ago, he was still rejoicing that he could pass through and reach the cave. Seeing this, we immediately ran deeper into the cave. We didn't expect that guy to know how to use ice breath. Luckily, he didn't use it at the beginning. Behind him were the screams of the 2 dwarfs who didn't come over and the miserable howls of the 2-headed wolf. We don't know who locked the monster up, but we're glad that it was locked up. I began to feel that this abyss wasn't as simple as we had thought. However, I had a feeling that something was calling me from the bottom of the abyss. I had a feeling that it wasn't just the ancient corpse emperor. Once again, we set foot on the path forward. We didn't even have the time to grieve for the fallen elite dwarven warriors. Fortunately, it wasn't that cold anymore. It seemed that the two-headed wolf was really terrifying, causing the surrounding temperature to drop quite a bit. Suddenly, our feet slipped, and we rolled down the sloping tunnel. Then, our group fell into a place that was deeper in the river. Fortunately, no one was injured. It was said to be a riverbank because in front of us was a river of shining silver metal. Is this mithril? An elite dwarf warrior said in horror. Mithril was an extremely precious alchemy material that could only be mined in very few places. The dwarfs had never heard of mithril that could form a river like this. Queen Olivia and Fred were also shocked. Even Uther and Avina were shocked. What's going on? Suddenly, the glowing silver metal river shot out a beam of cold light. That beam of silver light merged into a ball of silver liquid in the distance. Then, the ball of silver liquid transformed into a humanoid shape. Naturally, a set of silver armor formed on the surface of his body. Is this a mithril warrior? Fred was shocked. After all, Fred was born in a noble dwarf family. He had read about this almost extinct creature in some ancient books. The humanoid mithril warrior glanced at us coldly. He snorted and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to come here from the two-headed wolf." The mithril warrior spoke in the Durman language. Our jaws dropped. The kingdom of dwarfs, the ice peak of Althalia, a mysterious mithril warrior who spoke in the Durman language. We didn't know how to react. This guy was a mithril warrior. Was his body made of mithril? I looked at the flowing silver liquid carefully. The body of a mithril warrior is actually made of mithril. It should be considered a high-quality material among mithril. Mithril is very malleable. It allows a mithril warrior to easily change into various forms. It is also very inclusive. Ordinary attacks can't hurt him at all, Fred said to us. Linley and the others' faces changed. They also understood that nothing was absolute. This guy must have his own weakness. I was not sure. Just based on his liquid body, I didn't have full confidence. Don't let the mithril warrior wrap you up. Once you are wrapped up, you will be swallowed by this guy. Of course, it's best not to touch them, Fred said. As he spoke, he no longer had any confidence in himself. It was simply impossible for him to kill this guy without bumping into him. Mithril warriors were very inclusive. They could contain water, earth, metal, and stone. They would all have different effects. At this time, he was wrapped up in air, and his body instantly became much bigger. Go to hell! The mithril warrior waved his arm, and his arm turned into the shape of a blade. It was so fast that even Uther couldn't dodge it. He was directly sent flying. Our group was shocked. This guy was so difficult to deal with, but we didn't have any effective way to kill him. Moreover, he was not like the snow region two-headed wolf. We could barely escape from him. It seemed that there would be a battle today. Either you die, or I die. I had to use all my strength. Otherwise, I might really die here. Even though I was already at the domain level, I was not sure if I could defeat such an unfamiliar and difficult opponent. Plus, this guy seemed to have a higher IQ than ordinary monsters. He could even speak the Durman language. We couldn't go on like this. We had to think of a way to escape or a way to defeat this guy. Suddenly, I seemed to have thought of something. Why don't we give it a try? Maybe it will work. Let's do it. Chapter 152. Do you think you can defeat me with just a few humans and dwarfs? That's a fool's dream, the mithril warrior said to us, his body glowing with silver light. At this moment, he had fused with the air and became huge in an instant. He had transformed into the appearance of the two-headed wolf of Snow Domain that we had seen before, but in the form of silver metal. It seemed that the mithril warrior's flexibility were really terrifying. The mithril warrior that had transformed into a two-headed wolf of Snow Domain had a terrifying face and was extremely fierce. He just shook his head and wagged his tail, and the mithril all over his body shot towards us like needles. The density of the needles was comparable to a rainstorm. Countless mithril needles shot towards us. We could only use our own methods to protect ourselves, either defending or dodging. The dwarven warriors who weren't able to react in time to these needle-like mithril needles felt as if they had been shot by bullets. The most frightening thing was that the mithril needles could turn and be controlled by the mithril warrior who had transformed into a two-headed wolf of Snow Domain. They could even merge back with him. As a result, another two elite dwarven warriors fell helplessly. The remaining dwarven warriors used round shields to protect their bodies. These round shields were also forged by the dwarven master armorsmith and were very strong. However, after being hit by the mithril, it was not as simple as we had imagined. The mithril could actually merge with the metal on the round shields and slowly penetrate them as if they were alive. It was terrifying. The mithril seemed to be able to penetrate these round shields at any time. Fred kept waving his double-edged axe, but he was simply overwhelmed. Uther had always kept the little snow fox with him. This time, he still brought the snow fox with him. His body formed a sky-blue protective light that was visible to the naked eye. The spear in his hand turned into a meteor and stabbed towards the mithril warrior. At the same time, Avina kept shooting frost arrows at the mithril warrior who had transformed into a two-headed wolf of Snow Domain. The frost arrows hit the mithril warrior's body, causing him to feel a burst of pain. There were also some frozen spots on his body. With a roar, Uther turned into a meteor and quickly arrived in front of the mithril warrior. Without any mercy, Uther pierced a big hole in the abdomen of the mithril warrior who had transformed into a two-headed wolf. The mithril warrior couldn't care less about the mithril needles. He was in so much pain that he tried to slap the agile Uther with his huge wolf claws. However, his body seemed to deflate and shrank in an instant. The huge mithril warrior reverted back to its original appearance. It was a silver mithril warrior with a ferocious face, spikes all over its body, and glowing with a bright light. Seeing this, we also gathered around. We want to take advantage of the situation and defeat the mithril warriors here. You people have really pissed me off. I'm a mithril warrior. How could I be defeated by you? I'm serious now. I don't want to play with you anymore, the mithril warrior said to us in fluent Durman. You really talk a lot of nonsense. I really felt that it was better if this monster didn't know how to speak. If he was so powerful, then prove it to us. I also released my domain level pressure, but the guy didn't seem to be afraid. Maybe he wasn't a living creature at all. This time, Uther and I worked together. The others shouldn't be able to help for the time being. The little snow fox was firmly lying on Uther's left shoulder. She wrinkled her little nose and looked very cute. She didn't affect Uther's performance. Instead, she seemed to be cheering him on. I also decided to use the power of the stars because I just saw that the mithril warrior didn't have any resistance to the power of the stars. It was as I guessed. But what we didn't notice was that the flowing mithril river had stopped flowing at this moment. In the blink of an eye, when Uther and I were about to attack the mithril warrior, the mithril river had transformed into countless mithril warriors that looked exactly like the mithril warrior. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count. If one was so difficult to deal with, wouldn't there be no hope at all? But because the mithril river had turned into mithril warriors, the riverbed that was originally flowing with mithril instantly dried up, revealing the bottom of the river. It turned out that there was a hole in the riverbed at the bottom of the mithril river. It seemed to be the entrance of a passage. But it was full of mithril warriors. What should we do? It seemed that the hole-like entrance of the passage might be our only hope. At this time, I vaguely felt that something was wrong. As soon as I entered the abyss of despair, I saw the escaping snow yaks, the ice crawlers, and the kneeling frost giants. The Snow Domain two-headed wolf in the abyss was locked in the ice cave by someone using strange chains made of unknown materials. Now, the entire mithril river had transformed into countless mithril warriors that were connected to each other and led to the passage and entrance below. They seemed to be guarding something terrible. Even if the ancient corpse emperor was here, it shouldn't be like this. There must be something else. I felt as if something was summoning me. In just a moment, everyone suffered heavy casualties. Another 2 elite dwarven warriors fell down with wounds all over their bodies. From the beginning of the expedition, there were only a few elite dwarven warriors left now. They were all brave. They died to protect the dignity and honor of the dwarfs. I gritted my teeth. I knew that this was a moment of life and death. I remembered the training I received from the first leader, Bregan Martin. No matter what, I had to save everyone from the Mithril warriors. This time, Uther and I stood on the left and right. The little snow fox on Uther's shoulder also seemed to be ready for battle. You can't run away. Today, you will die here. In an instant, the countless Mithril warriors said this sentence in unison. I infused the power of the stars into the sword of retribution. The blade emitted a light blue light. Today, I would like to see whether the Mithril warriors or my power of the stars are stronger. On Uther's side, his spear of stars shone with a cold light. His face was unusually determined. It was the kind of expression that could only be seen after a long period of hard training. As for the others, Fred, Owena, Queen Olivia, and the few remaining elite dwarven warriors, they formed a circle, protecting each other's backs as they faced off against the Mithril warriors that were coming from all directions. Chapter 153. Just like that, we faced countless Mithril warriors. Uther and I used the power of the stars at the same time. A spear and a sword attacked the Mithril warriors guarding the entrance of the tunnel. I leaped into the air and slashed at the Mithril warriors with my sword of retribution. Similarly, Uther also attacked the Mithril warriors. For a moment, the bodies of the Mithril warriors that were touched by the power of the stars were crushed like breadcrumbs. As expected, the Mithril warriors were no match for us when the two of us joined forces. They could only rely on numbers to win. Seeing that the Mithril warriors guarding the entrance of the tunnel under the riverbed had been wiped out by Uther and I, a gap appeared. Owena, quickly cover the others and run towards the entrance of the tunnel. I couldn't care too much. I could only let everyone seize the opportunity to escape from here. After all, I didn't know if the Mithril warriors had any other tricks up their sleeves. Moreover, Uther and I were overwhelmed by their numbers. Want to run? It won't be that easy, the Mithril warriors said in unison in the Delman language. Their voices were like countless echoes, echoing in the empty cave. It was very annoying. This guy was difficult to deal with and extremely annoying. In an instant, the countless Mithril warriors poured into the entrance of the tunnel, not giving us any chance to escape. Owena and the others rushed over but found that the entrance of the tunnel was firmly guarded by these hateful Mithril warriors again. This time, before we could do anything, the Mithril warriors took the initiative to attack us. Their transformed right arms were abnormally thick, and at the same time, they turned into spikes like spears. Countless Mithril warriors rushed towards us. I thought to myself that this was bad. For a moment, I forgot that this guy's IQ was quite high. There was no other way. We could only brace ourselves. Kill them all. Let's fight, I shouted. Then, I cast a cross arrow rain. I drew a cross in the air with my sword and swung it casually. Countless cross star power shot towards the Mithril warriors like a rain of arrows. For a moment, the Mithril warriors were smashed into pieces and scattered on the ground. It was the same for Uther. He was like a flash of lightning as he quickly killed the Mithril warriors. The Mithril warriors were scared of us, and the others tried their best to kill some Mithril warriors as well. At that moment, we discovered that the Mithril warriors that were killed didn't die. Instead, they were absorbed by one of the Mithril warriors. Gradually, the Mithril warrior absorbed all the Mithril warriors and turned into a Mithril giant. This time, it was a solid Mithril giant. Its power was many times stronger than before. You are more powerful than I thought, but you don't have a chance. Prepare to die. The shocked Mithril giant's voice made the cave tremble. This was a Mithril giant formed by fusing an entire Mithril river. It was not something that the mithril warriors from before could compare with. It was not a good idea to continue fighting like this. This mithril giant did not seem to be damaged at all. It was really unkillable. From the way we see it, we can only create an opportunity to escape through the tunnel entrance. We had no advantage at all. Uther and I decided to attract the mithril giant's attention so that he would leave the tunnel entrance. The others would immediately take the opportunity to escape. But this guy seemed to have thought of what we thought of. He was guarding the tunnel entrance, not leaving us any chance. We couldn't waste time with him. I had to use my trump card. My body rushed towards the mithril giant. He stretched out his huge mithril hand and grabbed me. I was caught and couldn't move. The mithril giant was still smiling proudly. He was trying to crush my body. However, this was exactly my plan. The others were still worried about me, but I felt that this should be the most effective way to win or lose. Haha, the first one, annoying human. Go to hell. The mithril giant laughed. But then, his smile became distorted. Because this time, I used the mithril giant as a container. I injected a large amount of star power and dragon soul power into it. This mithril had very good magic properties. In an instant, my magic power was injected into the mithril giant's body. I then detonated it with my mind. With a huge explosion, the mithril giant was directly blown into countless mithril fragments, scattering all over the cave. Quick! I immediately told everyone to seize this opportunity. Our group, taking advantage of the mithril giant's disappearance, rushed to the tunnel entrance. As soon as we entered the tunnel entrance, we slid down the smooth tunnel. After a long time, in the cave, the scattered mithril gradually merged back into the riverbed, forming a glowing silver mithril river. Not bad. But if you leave here, you still won't be able to survive. What comes after will only be more terrible. A mithril warrior appeared and said to himself. He shook his head and merged back into the mithril river. As for our group, we finally landed in an underground tunnel after following the downward sloping and slippery tunnel. This place was very different from the surface. There was a huge stone door here. The stone door was very smooth, but there were many strange carvings on the surrounding stone pillars. Facing this stone door, we didn't know what to do for a while. We also didn't know how to enter. At this moment, the stone door opened by itself. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. To enter or not to enter? We hesitated for a moment. In the end, I decided to go in. No matter what kind of mountain of swords or sea of fire it was, I had to go in. Fortunately, there were no traps here. But even if there were, we weren't afraid. After all, Uther and I were domain realm experts. Ordinary traps couldn't do anything to us. As soon as we entered the stone door, there was a huge stone hall inside. I didn't know what architectural style it was. There were candlesticks in the stone hall, so we could see clearly. What was that? A huge black mirror with a simple frame, smooth and transparent. That mirror was different from a normal mirror. Based on the sound alone, I dare say that there isn't a mirror as big as this in the entire Hadrado continent. As for the material, we couldn't even tell what the material of the mirror was. Most importantly, it couldn't reflect our faces. Chapter 154. When the few of us arrived in front of the huge magic mirror that looked like it was made of ice, we saw images that we had never seen before reflected in the mirror. It turned out that the huge magic mirror was filled with shadows. At that moment, we saw that the shadows in the magic mirror were performing a grand ceremony of worship. Their movements were uniform, and their expressions were solemn. Everyone was so shocked by the grand scene that we forgot to move. We just stood there in a daze. Wather was the first to calm down. He raised his starry sky spear and said righteously, "No matter what tricks he has up his sleeve, we will break them all. All the strange things in this stone house originated from this magic mirror." It could be said that this stone house was essentially a part of this magic mirror. It really was a magic mirror with magical power, but what was it that gave the magic mirror its magical power? Was it a material or something else? Although most of the materials used to build this stone house were marble, they definitely didn't have this magical power. As for the method of construction, I couldn't see anything special about this stone house. I raised my head and fixed my gaze on the magic mirror. If there was something mysterious in this stone house, it would be none other than this mirror. Although I could say that the mysterious magical power came from this magic mirror, I didn't know how it worked. However, I still had some new ideas. Everything seemed to have a new connection. Regardless of what the demonic mirror was, all the information indicated that there was an unknown yet earth-shattering power hidden behind the demonic mirror. This power was so strong that it was terrifying. My heart was shaken, and I was somewhat yearning for it. But at the same time, I shuddered. If this power really existed, wouldn't it completely overturn people's understanding of the world? Perhaps the people from before had inadvertently spied on this power, but why did he place it here? My thoughts were all jumbled up, and many images came one after another, spinning rapidly in my mind. I felt as if the world had turned upside down, and there were many illusions. My heart was in great pain. At this time, Wather and Fred suddenly shouted, and the stone house was suddenly filled with light and shadows. The sound of fighting was endless. I peeked out of the corner of my eye. After the shadows kowtowed, they seemed to have obtained endless power and broke out of the magic mirror without any effort. These shadows had the same appearance as us, but their actions were pretentious and they exuded a feminine aura. All of a sudden, the stone house was filled with people. We didn't know if there were shadows like us. It was a complete mess. We were completely surrounded. What made us not know whether to laugh or cry was that the enemies surrounding us were actually our own shadows. As long as we don't die, there will be no end to these shadows. In Uther's words, this was called reaping what one sowed. I remembered the first time I met a fake Uther and shouted, "Uther, stop! Stop it! Stop it! As long as we don't provoke them, they won't attack us." Uther, Fred, and the rest of the people heard this and stopped their hands. Just as I had expected, the shadows didn't bother us anymore. They just kept smiling at us. "You're still the smart one. My bones are falling apart." Fred swung his arm, causing the fake Fred to imitate him. He could only reluctantly lower his arm, not daring to make the slightest movement. These shadows had nothing to do. As if they had rehearsed this, they lined up and pushed each other out of the stone house. Before they went out, they all turned around and waved at us with a smile. Fred spat and said, "I'm so masculine, but I didn't expect my own shadow to be so feminine. Disgusting." There was no danger for the time being, but the shadows in the wall were endless. We didn't dare to slack off. I tried to go to the mirror, but I couldn't breathe because of the pressure. Uther saw my abnormality and hurriedly asked, "Larrick, what happened?" "I can't move." I made a long story short. Uther came around and reached out to pull me over. Suddenly, his body shook violently as if he had been electrocuted. "It's too strange." Uther retracted his hand and said with lingering fear. Just as we were in a terrible fix, the broken pillars and burning braziers in the stone house started to crackle for some reason. Everyone was hiding in a place covered by collapsed soil and rocks. Fred seemed to have been bitten by some poisonous insect. He kept scratching his back with his hand. At first, no one paid much attention to it. But when Fred scratched wildly every few minutes, Queen Olivia felt that something was wrong. "Fred, your back is about to fester," Queen Olivia exclaimed in surprise. "I just feel itchy. Don't you guys feel the same?" Fred asked. "Now that you mention it, I also feel," another elite dwarf warrior said with some embarrassment. Avina immediately went behind Queen Olivia and checked her back. She found that Queen Olivia's back was also showing obvious signs of redness. There were even some chickenpox-like things growing on her back. Although her condition was better than Fred's, it was obvious that she had been poisoned. I also," Uther said. As if it was contagious, this inexplicable ulceration spread to everyone's body, including me. A strange itchy acne appeared on my arm. Are we under some ancient curse? I remembered that there was a festering corpse at the entrance of the stone house. I immediately panicked. "Don't worry. I've never heard of this curse, and it's so strong. There must be something we haven't noticed, Uther said. But we didn't touch anything, Fred said. I raised my head and stared at the 5 moon-like objects hanging from the roof. Do you think those things are poisonous? Queen Olivia asked when she saw me staring at the moon-like objects hanging from the roof. How could moonlight cause festering? Unless there's some evil energy hidden in the moonlight that we haven't noticed, Uther said. I think it might be that thing, I said, pointing at the bright spots behind the 5 moons. Shall we go and take a closer look? Avina suggested. Yes, I nodded. Everyone looked at the 5 moons. They were actually emitting a faint light. But the faint light was particularly frightening. Don't you think those look like 5 eyes? Queen Olivia said with a trembling voice. Chapter 155. That's 5 eyeballs. I said confidently. Everyone got goosebumps when they heard me say that the glowing objects behind the moon were eyeballs. How could there be eyeballs that big and glowing? What kind of creature was that? I've seen something similar before, I said. I remembered reading in a book left behind by the Belgrave Flammarion. There was an eye-like object known as the evil eye. The evil eye's function had always been mysterious, and its abilities were unpredictable. At this moment, there was an evil eye growing on each of the moon-like objects. This should be an ancient evil eye, I said. Evil eye? What's that? Avina looked at me in surprise. Queen Olivia also looked at me. She was curious as to how I knew about these things. How could I possibly know about the creatures of the abyss? This was the dwarf kingdom, and even she did not know about them. I read about it in an ancient book. In the early days, when humans had just acquired magic, the magic system was not very mature. So, they used the organs of some ancient beasts to make some protective objects to scare away the invading demons. This evil eye is very famous. It is similar to a kind of enchantment. This enchantment does not prevent any creatures from approaching, but once they enter the enchantment's range, they will be attacked by death rays, poison rays, evil rays, and so on. The longer they stay in the enchantment, the more obvious the effects will be. It seems that the guy who died outside the stone house was actually killed by this evil eye, I said. How do you know about these things? That's amazing, Fred Sophia said, puzzled. Since I'm here, I naturally made some comprehensive preparations. I also read about it in an ancient book, I replied. Actually, I only read about this creature in an ancient book left behind by the Belgrave Flammarion. What should we do? Should we jump up and cover the eye? Uther asked. Yeah, I'll go up and try to deactivate the enchantment. If anything happens, you guys will be responsible for helping me, I said. Uther and Avina nodded and prepared to move at any time. With the help of a few uneven spots, I easily leaped to the top of the stone house. Ouch! It hurts. I wanted to use my hand to remove the evil eye, but I found that my arm was rotting 10 times faster. My entire arm was beyond recognition. The closer I got, the worse the burning effect was. I gritted my teeth and forcefully removed the evil eye. The evil eye was a strange creature. Once I deactivated it, it would no longer emit that poisonous light. I knew how it worked, so I dared to take it. The evil eye was as big as a washbasin. When I plucked it off, my face was about to burst open. Fortunately, this thing was only embedded in a container similar to the moon. However, there were 5 of these evil eyes. I couldn't waste my time like this. After I plucked out one of the green evil eyes, I realized that the festering wounds on our bodies were slowly healing. Finally, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. We won't rot and die. As for the fact that the evil eye actually had color, I only discovered it after I plucked it out. I put the evil eye into my spatial ring and prepared to pluck the second one. But at this time, something unexpected happened. At this time, the roof began to shake. The 5 moon-like containers became restless and started to shake. Other than the moon-like container I plucked out of the green evil eye, the other 4 containers fell to the ground and shattered. Suddenly, A few evil eyes of different colors came out of the 4 broken moon-like containers. However, these 4 evil eyes were very different from the green one I put in my spatial ring. The 4 evil eyes that were released actually transformed into the form of living creatures, emitting a myriad of colors. There were black ones, white ones, red ones, and 1 yellow one. Everyone was at a loss. It seems that we can only use magic to destroy these 5 evil eyes. Avina took the lead and took out her bow of snowdrift. She shot an ice arrow at one of the red evil eyes. But that evil eye emitted a scorching light like lava, melting the walls of the stone room. What a frightening power! Everyone was shocked. At this time, the black evil eye also made its move. A black ray of light shot out of the evil eye and directly hit an elite dwarf warrior who had no time to dodge and was using a shield to protect himself. Strangely, the elite dwarf warrior directly fell down like a corpse. Could it be that this was the evil eye that contained the power of death? If one was hit by its black light, they would immediately die. What a frightening power! No matter what, they couldn't be hit by this black evil eye. In the blink of an eye, the white evil eye emitted a dazzling white light. In an instant, all of us were caught off guard and were enveloped by this white light. We were all temporarily blinded. When we opened our eyes again, 2 elite dwarven warriors had been completely melted by the light emitted by the red evil eye. The strangest thing was that the yellow evil eye was actually emitting light directly, illuminating each and every one of us with the exact same image of ourselves. For a moment, there were 2 copies of each of us in the stone room. We couldn't tell who was who. Unlike the black shadows that walked out of the magic mirror, these transformed versions of us were exactly the same as us. At this time, I directly beheaded Queen Olivia, who was beside me. Queen Olivia turned into a ray of yellow light and disappeared. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know if I was real or fake. They also didn't know why I did it. Look at the shadows. These guys don't have shadows. At this time, Avina also reacted and shot one of them to death with a frost arrow. For a moment, everyone looked at the shadows. Finally, these copies of us were killed. At this time, Uther took advantage of everyone's distraction and walked to the front of the magic mirror. At this time, the evil eyes became violent. But it was too late. Uther pressed his hand on the magic mirror. In an instant, the magic mirror became incomparably transparent. A cold light swept through the entire stone room. With a fierce cry, the evil eyes transformed into 4 different colored eyeballs. We looked at the transparent magic mirror. At first, we didn't know what we were looking at in the mirror. Each of us was looking at a different person. Only later, when we communicated with each other, did we know that the scene we saw was different. Chapter 156. At that time, the scene I saw was that I was alone. I encountered an incomparably huge black dragon. That black dragon flew away from a place filled with countless dragon skeletons. Uther said that what he saw was an endless number of skeletons. These skeletons were holding rusty weapons and surrounding us. Avina said she saw the ancient undead emperor at the bottom of Althalia's ice mountain. Queen Olivia said that what she saw was an endless fire engulfing Anrila. The dwarven dungeon had also become a scene of devastation. It was a horrible sight to behold. Fred didn't say much. He only said he saw skeletons. In fact, only he knew that he saw himself die in battle. The one who killed him was his brother, Harold. Looking at the 4 different colored eyeballs on the ground, Uther said he wanted them. The dwarfs said they didn't like such evil things, so they definitely didn't want them. I took out the green eyeball from my spatial ring and gave it to Uther. Uther was very grateful to us. He said that he wanted to study the power of the evil eye. I told him that the power of the evil eye was terrible. They might have just entered a closed state, so he had to be careful. At this time, none of us noticed that the mysterious magic mirror had secretly undergone a change. When we first arrived here, it showed a group of shadows kneeling and worshipping. Later on, countless evil shadows that looked exactly like us walked out of the cave. Then, the evil eye began to attack us. The first one was a green one. It could release a poison that would fester our skin. But when Uther reached out his hand to touch the magic mirror, the evil eye instantly turned off and went into a closed state. What was the reason? How did Uther know to reach out his hand to touch the magic mirror? Uther said that he didn't know what he was thinking at that time. He felt that the magic mirror seemed to be summoning him. There was a very wonderful voice calling him to touch the magic mirror with his hand. After he did so, it actually had an effect. Right at that moment, the magic mirror released a dazzling light that forcefully sucked all of us in. We only saw darkness in front of us, and then we came to a place full of white light. "Kneel, my people." A woman's voice sounded, making our souls unable to resist. We saw that behind the dazzling white light, there was a shadow that we couldn't see clearly. "Welcome to the mirror of prophecy. Your every move is in the eyes of God. God is watching you. Submit to me, and I will be reborn." The woman's voice was very majestic. We began to kneel and worship the shadow that we couldn't see. In a flash, the surrounding white light disappeared, and the shadow disappeared in front of us. At this moment, a huge shadow emerged from the magic mirror within the stone room. The black shadows that looked exactly like us but were slightly seductive also gathered towards this huge black shadow from all directions. Soon, the huge black shadow condensed into a woman wearing a black robe. After 3,000 years, I am finally released from the mirror of prophecy. I didn't think that I, the Shadow Queen, would be rescued by a group of humans and dwarfs. The seductive woman wearing a black robe showed a ghostly smile and disappeared from the stone room. The stone room returned to tranquility once again, as if we had never come here. The light of the magic mirror also disappeared without a trace. Our group felt that the dazzling white light in front of us disappeared, and we unexpectedly appeared in a place that we had never been to before. This place was very strange, but how strange was it? I will simply describe this strange place. First of all, this place was definitely underground, but there were a lot of buildings here. If only the buildings weren't strange, then the real strange thing was that there was a huge amount of red copper, magic crystals, red crystals, and purple crystals. These gems were inlaid on the ceiling of the underground cave. The dwarfs looked and drooled. If they could take all of these, then it would be a considerable wealth, but they also knew that it was impossible to take all of them away. However, this wasn't the only strange place. The most dazzling thing here was the plaza in the center of the buildings. There was an altar there, and on the altar, there was an incomparably large image diamond. One had to know that image diamonds were very expensive. A small one could easily sell for several thousand gold coins in the empire. This model was even more priceless. In all these years, no one had ever sold such a large image diamond. While we were still amazed by this strange cave, we didn't notice that there was anything strange about it. We were just curious. Who in the world built this place? The miracles in the abyss of despair were really one after another. We were sucked in by the mirror of prophecy, so where were we now? Who placed that incomparably large image diamond there? Before we could answer our questions, we were surrounded by countless gnomes. The dwarfs had some understanding of these dwarfs. They were actually a race of the same origin as the dwarfs. However, because they lived underground for a long time, and because of their evil beliefs, they became ugly, hunchbacked, and even smaller than the dwarfs. However, they were very treacherous, and at the same time, had high intelligence. They liked to hide in dark and damp caves, and had their own culture and beliefs. Although they liked to wear cloth, they also knew how to make simple weapons and tools. They were violent and cruel by nature, and loved to eat animals raw. They had their own social structure, and were usually ruled by a dwarven chieftain. They were a typical race that bullied the weak and feared the strong. When facing a strong enemy or when their chieftain was killed, they would often choose to scatter. Sometimes, these dwarfs had terrifying fighting strength and were hard to deal with. They valued their belongings very much, and if their belongings were stolen, they would do anything to take back what belonged to them. Sometimes, they would even kill each other in order to fight for their belongings. In short, if an ordinary person was surrounded by a large group of dwarfs, it would be their greatest fortune to be able to escape. Right now, We were surrounded by a group of ferocious subterranean pygmies, who were eyeing us covetously. What are we going to do about it? Chapter 157. When facing this large group of gnomes, I didn't have much fear in my heart. These guys could be considered as ordinary creatures. Since they were ordinary creatures, how could they be a match for me and Uther? One must know that we were both domain rank experts. Our domain rank aura alone was enough to suffocate an ordinary creature, let alone me and Uther working together. Seeing the gnomes with all kinds of weapons surrounding us, I didn't say anything and directly released my domain rank aura. I deliberately avoided the dwarfs, but the gnomes weren't so lucky. In an instant, these gnomes, whether it was the ordinary gnomes with low fighting strength, the explosives and stone throwers of the gnomes, even the cursemoncers who knew a bit of magic, or even the great chieftain of the gnomes, were all killed. They all fell to their knees at once. They had no choice but to submit to my might. At this time, Fred walked to the altar in the center of the building. There was a strange totem made of the skull of a snow domain yak. Not only was it a totem, it was also a flag. In front of these gnomes, Fred chopped the totem in half with his axe. The gnomes' faces instantly turned sinister, but they couldn't resist the aura. They gnashed their teeth in anger and glared at Fred. Next, Fred took the image diamond that was placed on the altar. This time, I could clearly sense that even with my powerful domain-level aura, I was unable to quell the rage of these gnomes who had reached the pinnacle of resistance. I was almost unable to suppress them. Fortunately, Uther released his aura in time and I felt the pressure lessen a bit. These gnomes were angry but didn't dare to speak. They were so angry that their bodies trembled. It seemed that they would tear Fred apart in the next second. Fred played with the image diamond in his hand. The image diamond was very big and heavy. However, just as he was playing with it, a figure came out of the building. Strangely, that guy wasn't suppressed by Uther and my aura. It seemed that he wasn't ordinary. If the gnome's appearance was incomparably ugly, then the person who spoke must have never seen it before. I've read about it in a book from the Belgrave Flammarion. This guy should be a stitched monster created by a magician who studied the undead. The raw materials for the flesh and blood of the giant stitched monster should have been taken from the surroundings of the dwarf kingdom's Althalia ice peak. It seemed that the main sources were the frost ancient giants, snow yaks, snow hairy men, snow apes, mammoths, saber-toothed tigers, and all kinds of scattered corpses. The beauty of the stitched monsters allowed these dead creatures to move in the form of living creatures. In the bodies of these stitched-together monsters, all the physiological systems were functioning normally. The blood circulation system provided energy, the digestive system took in nutrients, the nervous system and the motor system provided mobility, and the metabolic system was like that of ordinary creatures. New cells were constantly being produced to replace the old and dead cells. Because of this, these sinister and frightening things actually seemed to have a life force that was about to collapse. This was the masterpiece of the undead magic fusion monsters. If a curious researcher were to dissect it, they would definitely be shocked by these amazing creations. This was simply a terrifying life form created by humans, a monster born to kill. However, since it was pieced together from the tissues of corpses, it was inevitable that this fellow would also have a strange stench. This stinking stitched monster walked towards Phyllide, who was playing with the shadow diamond. 5 or 6 long arms of snow apes hung from its fat body. It shuddered as it walked, and the stench of green water dripped down from the stitched marks on its belly. Phyllide was too focused on playing with the shadow diamond. It was only when he smelled the pungent smell that he noticed something was wrong. He turned around and was almost scared silly. However, his warrior instincts immediately made him pick up the double-edged axe in his hand and hack at the stitched monster. The sharp edge of the axe quickly cut open the stitched monster's skin. Phyllide saw a yellowish-brown layer of fat inside, and dense muscles below. After cutting open the muscles with some effort, he saw a green liquid flowing below. It looked like blood, but also like some kind of special body fluid. This liquid was continuously secreted from a kind of translucent colloid. After separating the colloid, He saw the internal organs of the stitched monster, as well as a surprisingly large animal organ. He realized that some things on the stitched monster were more complicated than he had imagined. Not to mention other things, just the fact that it could create a stitched monster and create a life form was extremely shocking. If he wanted to understand the core knowledge of the stitched monster, it would be impossible for Mags who didn't have a deep understanding of undead magic. The stitched monster's reaction was a little slow. It only reacted after Phyllide had cut open a large piece of it. The stitched monster was instantly enraged. It howled, and the tentacles on its back hooked Phyllide's head and pressed it deep into the green water on its belly. When Phyllide raised his head again, he had already fainted from the green water. At this moment, the others saw the situation and wanted to help. They couldn't just watch Phyllide get killed by the monster. The stitched monster laughed loudly. It opened its distorted mouth and said to us in the Durman language, "How is it, dwarfs? It tastes great, doesn't it?" Haha. I could see that the stitched monster was very happy. It seemed to like teasing its enemies, or rather, its prey. What I didn't expect was that this guy had a high IQ and could speak the Durman language. Why were all the monsters in the Abyss of Despair able to speak the Durman language? What I didn't expect was that the stitched monster's body, which had been cut open by Phyllide's axe, had automatically healed. It was really mysterious and terrifying. I couldn't help but take this terrifying monster seriously. The stitched monster seemed to have a lot of strength. Although it was a little fat, it looked like it had a lot of strength. It was about half the size of an ancient giant, and its body stank. The stitched monster wasn't afraid of pain, and its weight was astonishing. It simply stood there and gave people an invisible deterrent force. Pitiful people, my name is Lord Clement. Today, I'll let you know why you died. I'm in a good mood today, and I can slowly torture you to death one by one. Haha. The stitched monster, who called himself Lord Clement, couldn't stop laughing. His laughter echoed throughout the cave. What was worse was that I found that these gnomes didn't seem to be afraid of Uther and me. They were starting to get restless. Chapter 158. Suddenly, a gnome cursemancer broke free from Uther's and my domain pressure. He directly released a chain lightning. Electricity spread out from his staff and shot towards the elite dwarven warriors. In any case, they were elite dwarven warriors. They didn't feel any pressure against these gnomes. The remaining elite dwarven warriors waved their weapons and called for the gnomes to charge forward. They either split open a gnome archer's head with their axes or smashed a gnome warrior's head with their hammers. For a moment, the whole cave was filled with blood and chaos. At this time, the stitched freak Clement was preparing to attack Fred, who wasn't willing to put down the image diamond. Sometimes, the greed of the dwarfs would kill them. However, Fred was lucky. Uther and I were here. How could we let him be killed by the stitched freak Clement? I couldn't control this group of gnomes anymore. These gnomes could only be dealt with by the dwarfs and Avina. Uther and I had to deal with the stitched freak Clement. After all, he was the biggest threat here. Fred was about to be killed by the stitched freak. However, it seemed that the stitched freak was deliberately not killing Fred. Fred held his axe with one hand and chopped at the stitched freak Clement. At the same time, he tightly held onto the image diamond. The stitched freak Clement wasn't in a hurry to attack him and let him attack him. In any case, he wasn't afraid of Fred's double-edged axe. Anyway, the parts that were chopped off would automatically regenerate. There was no pain. This body was simply the stitched freak Clement's weapon and equipment. Seeing that Uther and I had rushed over, the stitched freak Clement knew that we were strong. Therefore, he didn't dare to be negligent. He only waved his hand and Fred was heavily thrown to the wall of the cave by the Yeti arm. He fainted and the image diamond fell from his hand. Seeing this, I didn't say anything and put the image diamond into my spatial ring. Clement the stitched freak was furious. He knew that Fred wouldn't be able to take the shadow diamond away, so he tricked him. However, I made the shadow diamond disappear and it really became a shadow diamond. Clement the stitched freak flew into a rage. "You thief! Gnomes, let's kill this thief who stole the shadow diamond." Stitch Freak Clement shouted. However, the gnomes didn't seem to understand the Durman language and were busy dealing with the dwarfs. Clement had no choice but to deal with me and Uther alone. Everyone was busy fighting against their own enemies. Uther and I didn't dare to underestimate the Stitched Freak Clement. I held the sword of retribution in my hand and infused Yang Long's power into the sword. Flames ignited the sword of retribution. At the same time, I transformed into a half-dragon and slashed at the Stitched Monster Clement a few times. The scorching dragon flames made the Stitched Freak Clement cry out in pain. The visible wounds and the burnt smell made the cave even murkier. I didn't give him a chance to breathe, and kept on attacking his hideous, filthy, horrible body. Uther didn't join in the fight. Instead, he killed some of the gnomes who rushed up. He felt that I could deal with Clement alone and he didn't need to help me for the time being. From the looks of it, I alone was enough to deal with Clement. I didn't need anyone else's help. I was very confident in my strength. After all, I had trained hard for such a long time. In addition to the training I received in the magic space of the first leader, Bregan Martin, I still had terrifying strength. However, what I didn't expect was that although my attacks were strong, this guy's regenerative ability had reached a terrifying level. New flesh grew out and wounds were sewn up. Haha, human. I admit that you are strong, but you can't kill me with this level of strength. Isn't it my turn to attack? Stitch Freak Clement laughed maliciously. This guy was like a yak as he rushed towards me. At this moment, the dwarfs and gnomes were fighting in other parts of the cave. The ground was covered with gnome corpses, but there were only 1 or 2 elite dwarven warriors. However, due to the lack of physical strength, these dwarfs' movements began to slow down. At this moment, Fred slowly woke up. He immediately looked at the image diamond in his hand. When he realized that the image diamond in his hand was gone, he roared and rushed towards the gnomes with his double-edged axe. With a bloody whirlwind, the gnome blasters, gnome javelin throwers, and gnome cursemancers were all badly mutilated. More than half of them were dead or injured. Queen Olivia and Avina were also constantly killing the gnome warriors. They gradually felt that their strength was falling short of their desire. However, there was no other way. Once they stopped killing, the gnomes would rush towards them like a tide. It was impossible to kill all of them. These gnomes were also fighting with their lives on the line. Their eyes were red from killing, and they were dauntless. They were not afraid of death. They only wanted to take back the image diamond, but they didn't know that the image diamond was already in my space ring. Facing the Stitched Freak Clement who rushed towards me like a yak, I didn't want to dodge. After all, as a descendant of the Belgrave Flammarion, I had a certain amount of confidence in my physical strength. Under the obstruction of my Yang Long's anger, the Stitched Freak Clement's body was already injured. He was also enduring the severe pain, but he didn't care about that. I fought the Stitched Freak Clement in close combat. This guy's attacks were really terrifying. He even knew the frost breath of the ancient frost giants. For a while, we were evenly matched. This was something I didn't expect. Uther killed the gnome chieftain, but the gnomes didn't retreat or run away. He saw that I hadn't finished off the Stitched Freak Clement, so he rushed over to help. Fred was sullen all the way. The pain of losing the image diamond made him lose his mind. His fighting skills made him like a god of death, constantly killing the gnomes. If these gnomes didn't hate him so much, they would have been scared away by his appearance. These gnomes didn't care about the consequences anymore. The pressure on Avina and Queen Olivia's side eased a little. There were only 2 elite dwarven warriors left. At this time, no one noticed that there was actually a coffin made of stone under the altar. Uther and I joined forces, and the Stitched Freak Clement began to lose. At this moment, a crisp cracking sound rang out, and the stone slab covering the stone coffin shattered. Everyone heard a low roar. "Haha, he's awake. You're finished," the Stitched Freak Clement said with a smile. At the same time, he was preparing to escape. Chapter 159. The stitched freak Clement was fighting with us when I noticed that he was trying to escape. Humph, you want to escape? Not so easy. I wanted to take advantage of the advantage and kill this stitched freak Clement in one go. You want to kill me? Not so easy, the stitched freak Clement said confidently. Thus, just as we were about to kill him, his outer shell was suddenly covered with blood-red flecks. They were so thick and dense. Bang. That huge body actually exploded in front of us. Our bodies were covered in minced meat and blood clots, as well as some organs of unknown animals. They exploded all over our bodies. Fortunately, my body was strong enough and this explosion didn't hurt me. Uther's situation was slightly better. But this way, Clement took advantage of the opportunity to escape. Humph. It's a pity that I couldn't kill you with my own hands. But the next Skeleton King will be useless even if you have wings. Fortunately, I ran fast enough. Otherwise, that Lord Skeleton King would have killed all of them. However, I don't think anyone knows the secret of my body. The stitched freak Clement secretly rejoiced as he escaped from the cave. Just as I was regretting that I couldn't kill the stitched freak Clement, a roar came from the cave and attracted my attention. What is it this time? I asked Uther. I don't know. The things in this abyss of despair are unfathomable. Uther shook his head helplessly. At this time, a monster with only a skeleton body crawled out from the stone coffin. This skeleton monster was very tall and wore broken black armor. He stretched out his skeletal hand and pulled out a bone greatsword from his spine. At this time, I discovered the exit of the cave while chasing after the stitched freak Clement. The Skeleton King stretched out its hand, and countless white bones appeared on the ground of the cave. The number of white bones was too shocking. The white bones drilled out of the ground and automatically pieced together to form skeleton men. These skeleton men were skeleton warriors with melee weapons, skeleton archers, and even skeleton mags with magic. This huge army of skeletons shocked everyone present. At this moment, the pygmies didn't want to fight anymore. Like Clement, they fled in panic, but many of them were mercilessly killed by the skeleton army. Avina, come here. I couldn't care less. I knew that this guy wasn't ordinary. Since I found the exit, I might as well escape. At this moment, the Skeleton King rushed towards me and slashed at me with its bone greatsword. I didn't dare to be careless and used all my strength to block it with my sword of punishment. In just a moment, I felt like my entire body was covered in the aura of death. This guy was much stronger than me. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Avina and Uther desperately escaped towards the exit of the cave. Queen Olivia and Fred could not escape. They were entangled by the skeleton army and could only fight to the death. They brandished their weapons and continuously slashed at the soulless skeleton warriors. At the same time, they had to dodge the attacks of the skeleton mags and skeleton archers. Only a few pygmies in this cave managed to escape. The rest were all turned into corpses. The elite dwarf warriors were also completely dead. Suddenly, new skeletons stood up from these corpses. It seemed that the number of enemies was increasing as the fight went on. Run. I urged Avina and Uther to run. This Skeleton King's strength was too terrifying. Avina turned around and saw a tall skeleton covered in black armor. It was wielding a bone greatsword and chasing after me. My clothes were torn and I was slightly embarrassed as I dodged. The skeleton furiously swung its sword down and almost cut off my ear. I rolled over on the dusty ground, just out of the way. Seeing the Skeleton King getting closer and closer to me, my heart was filled with fear. I couldn't help but wish that I could fly faster. Ah! I heard a mournful scream from inside the cave. Avina turned around and saw the Skeleton King slap me to the ground. I seemed to have lost all my fighting strength. I was like a corpse lying on the ground, motionless. Just as the Skeleton King's greatsword was about to slash down, Uther pulled me away from the Skeleton King's sword. The Skeleton King was furious and let out a beast-like roar. Hearing that roar, Avina's heart trembled. Uther handed me in his arms to Avina. Avina, you take Larrick and leave first. I will stop this Skeleton King. Uther. Avina was so grateful that she didn't know what to say. Hurry. The Skeleton King is about to catch up. If we don't leave now, none of us will be able to. Avina looked at Uther gratefully. Uther, I will come back to you after I hide Larik. After saying that, Avina took me away from this place. Looking at the Skeleton King who was getting closer and closer to him, Uther didn't have any confidence. It wasn't that he wanted to play the hero, but the Skeleton King was simply too terrifying. Anyone who could escape would be a survivor. The Skeleton King was stabbed by Uther's starry sky spear, and a big hole suddenly appeared in its body. The black gas lingering on the Skeleton King's body faded a little. A big hole appeared in its armor, and new bones began to grow. It was really scary. It seemed that it was reasonable that I couldn't beat the Skeleton King. Damn it, it didn't die. The furious Skeleton King roared loudly. Uther attacked again, and at the same time, he started to run. The Skeleton King howled and chased after Uther with its great sword. The Skeleton King's swordsmanship was very fast. Just by nimbly dodging, Uther was injured. Didn't the legend say that skeletons' movements were very stiff? The Skeleton King's strength was simply terrifying. Uther kept attacking the Skeleton King with his starry sky spear, but the Skeleton King didn't dodge. The black gas on its body faded for a moment and then thickened again. On the contrary, Uther's behavior really angered the Skeleton King. Uther was also angry. He already had a lot of injuries on his body and didn't want to run. Since the starry sky spear didn't work, then I will directly kick your 2 leg bones away. Let's see how you chase after me. Uther ruthlessly threw a roundhouse kick toward Skeleton King's leg bone. As Uther expected, the leg bones were kicked away. However, in the next second, the 2 leg bones flew back to the Skeleton King's legs. However, the Skeleton King's attack, the great sword, directly passed by Uther's hair. He was almost cut to death. Uther turned over and dodged. At this time, he pressed one hand on the ground and stared at the Skeleton King with murderous intent. That strong murderous aura made even the undead Skeleton King hesitate. Chapter 160. Wother's whole body was shrouded in light blue light. The snow fox who had been lying on his shoulder was also grimacing because she also felt a great threat at this time. Suddenly, the snow fox jumped on the ground and began to slowly grow bigger. The space here was extremely wide and the height couldn't be seen at a glance. In this kind of place, the snow fox was actually the same as the snow domain's double-headed wolf, becoming incomparably huge. Skeleton King seemed to be small in front of the snow fox. Skeleton King began to wave his huge bone sword towards the snow fox. Who would have thought that the snow fox would extend her white claws to block the attack of Skeleton King? Skeleton King himself could not believe it. He was an absolute powerhouse among the domain stage. Just that simple sword strike of his contained the law of death. Skeleton King was also called Skeleton King Lil. He was an envoy sent by Azrael Hersendes. In terms of strength, he was much stronger than ancient corpse Emperor Barossa, who made a deal with Azrael Hersendes. In fact, Skeleton King Lil was sent here to assist ancient corpse Emperor Barossa on the surface. But in fact, he was sent here to monitor ancient corpse Emperor Barossa's every move. Lancelot, the necromancer witch king who made a deal with Azrael, was sealed in his dream. Azrael began to be wary of his spokesperson in the human world. Especially ancient corpse emperor who was killed by Lancelot. The reason why Azrael chose Barossa was that Barossa's soul power was stronger than Lancelot's. Moreover, Barossa's resentment was stronger than Lancelot's. He was simply an excellent candidate for Azrael's spokesperson in the human world. Ancient corpse Emperor Barossa was killed by Lancelot. His soul wasn't reconciled. The treacherous Azrael induced him to make a deal with Azrael. He became an ancient corpse emperor and gained the ability to control corpses. Of course, only the ancient corpse emperor himself knew the price of this. Skeleton King Lil saw that the snow fox had suddenly become very strong. Originally, he was too lazy to pay attention to this little snow fox lying on Uther's shoulder. At this time, Uther jumped on the back of the snow fox. The snow fox was immediately shrouded by the light blue radiance. Like a protective membrane, The snow fox let out a long howl. She looked at Skeleton King Lil with disdain in her eyes. Old friend, it seems that we have to show our true strength today. Otherwise, this skeleton will really look down on us. Uther said to the snow fox with a smile. The snow fox nodded, but she couldn't speak. Skeleton King Lil decided to attack first. Since the Boneblade Greatsword had no effect on the snow fox, then he would try the Boneblade Greatsword. He wanted to see if this human and fox could withstand the countless bone blades. Skeleton King Lil shouted and fiercely threw the bone sword towards Uther and the snow fox. In an instant, the bone sword changed shape and scattered into countless small bone swords. Countless bone blades were flying towards Uther and Snow Fox from the dark and spacious cave. They looked like small knives as they rushed towards Uther and Snow Fox. Uther used the starry sky spear to shoot down those sharp bone swords. The Snow Fox nimbly carried Uther and dodged in the cave. The remaining bone swords were directly blocked by Uther's starry sky shield. If an ordinary person was here, they would have been reduced to minced meat. At this time, I also recovered a little. I could feel their battle from afar. I knew that I still had a long way to go. Worthy of being a cultivator of the extreme north, Uther and his mysterious snow fox were really full of secrets. Their strength was also more terrifying than it looked. At this time, Avina was beside me to take care of me. How are they? Avina asked with concern. They are fine. Don't worry. Uther's strength is far above mine. After all, he has been cultivating for so many years. His strength is really not ordinary. Even if we go, we may not be able to help much. We may only cause trouble for them, I said with a sigh. After listening to me, Avina's worried heart was also relieved. She knew that her strength was very weak and she couldn't help much. At this time, the two of us had the mood to look around. I found that the cave was very spacious. It was completely different from before. At the same time, it was much colder. The surroundings were still very dim. I could only feel that the cave was very big, but I couldn't see how big it was. I was too lazy to pay attention to it. I still wanted to see how Uther was doing. I saw that Uther and the snow fox didn't sit still and wait for death. After they avoided the bone sword's attack, they quickly rushed towards Skeleton King Lil. Skeleton King Lil saw that a man and a fox were attacking him. He didn't dodge. Instead, he directly stretched out two white bone claws to catch Uther and the others. However, the agile snow fox dodged. One of the bone claws scratched the snow fox's leg. Although there was a light blue protective cover, the snow fox still suffered a light injury. It could be seen that the bone claws were very powerful. One must know that ordinary attacks couldn't hurt the snow fox. Skeleton King Lil saw that the bone claws didn't catch the snow fox and Uther. He directly released a bone prison. From the top of the cave, a huge bone prison made of white bones fell from the sky. This time, the snow fox couldn't escape and was directly trapped by the bone prison. The bone prison not only shrank but also grew many bone spikes. The snow fox and Uther were injured by the incomparably hard bone spikes. This time, even the light blue protective cover couldn't stop the bone spikes. It could be seen that Skeleton King Lil's strength was terrifying. Blood flowed down the snow fox's white fur. Uther wasn't much better. If this continued, Skeleton King Lil didn't have to do anything. Both Uther and the snow fox would be trapped to death here. Skeleton King Lil revealed a satisfied smile. I was very worried. I wanted to help Uther and the snow fox. However, before I could move, Uther endured the pain and forcibly broke the bone spikes. His hands condensed a large amount of magic. The light blue radiance on his body became stronger and stronger. After a burst, the bone prison was broken. Skeleton King Lil revealed a surprised expression. He didn't believe that this human could break his bone prison. However, Uther didn't give Skeleton King Lil time to think. The snow fox exerted force and jumped. Uther seized the opportunity and used all his strength to throw the star spear towards Skeleton King Lil. It was aimed at the hollow heart of Skeleton King Lil. Helplessly, Skeleton King Lil knew the power of this move. His body began to transform. Huge white bones grew out from his body and tore the armor into pieces. Finally, these white bones formed a white bone armor outside his body. He didn't know whether he could block this attack. However, he wasn't afraid of death. Death was just another form of eternal life. Chapter 161. The star spear pierced through the dark cave like a meteor and pierced towards Skeleton King Lil. Skeleton King Lil was calm. He wanted to test whether his bones were harder or Uther's spear was harder. Bang! There was a loud sound, followed by creaking sounds, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Skeleton King Lil lowered his head and looked at his body. His indestructible bone armor was pierced through by the star spear. Skeleton King Lil didn't dare to believe that the star spear had ruthlessly pierced his heart. He was very angry. He had never been in such a difficult situation like today. His heart was pierced by a human spear. However, Skeleton King Lil didn't fall. He wouldn't die if this was the extent of the attack. He pulled out the spear that was stuck in his heart and threw it on the ground. He looked at Uther and Snow Fox. He thought that since both of them knew how to use spears, it was a coincidence that he knew how to use them. Now, let's see if you can catch my spear or not. Skeleton King Lil waved his hand and 7 or 8 bone spears appeared out of thin air. Those bone spears were suspended in the air. Skeleton King Lil's thought moved and those bone spears were like arrows shot by a wild horse. They flew towards Uther and Snow Fox at a fast speed. Uther and Snow Fox knew that the situation wasn't good. They quickly retreated. However, those bone spears could not only track them, but they were also extremely fast. Ding, ding, ding. Uther and Snow Fox were nailed to the wall of the cave by the bone spears. Skeleton King Lil immediately flew over and waved his bone sword to behead them. At this time, I also flew over. I had completely transformed into a dragon and spat out a mouthful of scorching dragon flames. Skeleton King Lil was caught off guard because my speed was also extremely fast. The scorching dragon flames directly roasted Skeleton King Lil's bones into charcoal. When the wind blew, Skeleton King Lil disappeared into thin air. However, it didn't seem that simple. Skeleton King Lil didn't die and the bone spears that were nailed to Uther and Snow Fox didn't disappear. Inside the cave, there was a strange thing that looked like a heart. However, that heart wasn't made of flesh but of bone. Slowly, that bone heart was restored and condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a new Skeleton King Lil. I didn't expect that I would attack the Skeleton King Lil again. This time, Skeleton King Lil took the initiative to attack. He used his move to perish together with the enemy. He wasn't afraid of death. He only wanted to return to Azrael Hasendi's embrace as soon as possible. The enemy in front of him was the enemy. It was better to kill the enemy. Everything happened too fast, so much so that we didn't have time to react. We only saw Skeleton King Lil turn into a sky full of skeletons in a flash. It was as if a storm of death had swept over us. It seemed that Uther, Snow Fox, and I were doomed. Were we going to die here? This time, I really had a bad premonition. In my eyes, this Skeleton King was no different from a dead man. What was the point of living without flesh and blood? No. I don't want to die. I have blood and flesh. I have a Vina. I have the people I love and the people who love me. I want to protect them. At this moment, my body felt an incomparably strong power. I actually used Yang Long's form to release the starry sky. That starry sky that could devour everything turned the terrifying White Bone City and Skeleton King Lil into nothingness, disappearing into the boundless starry sky. I released such a powerful magic spell that was beyond my capacity. I instantly reverted to my human form and fell onto the uneven ground. The bone spears that nailed Uther and Snow Fox also disappeared. They also fell, and Snow Fox returned to her original appearance. Uther was also seriously injured, but he was in the best condition of the three of us. Avina was worried about us, so she also came. She knew that she couldn't help much, but she didn't want to do nothing. Just like that, Uther picked up the snow fox and picked up the spear of starry sky from the ground. Together with Arywena, they carried the unconscious and injured me up. The three of us walked towards the cold and empty depths of the cave. We knew that we weren't far from the ancient corpse emperor. After an unknown amount of time, I finally woke up. I smiled bitterly. This battle was really difficult. Since the beginning of the Abyss of Despair, none of the dwarfs had reached this place. I wonder if Queen Olivia and Fred are still alive. The three of us walked for an unknown amount of time in the dark cave. Suddenly, an icefall hung in front of us. We could vaguely see that there seemed to be a huge palace-like building on top of the icefall. We didn't hesitate. Since we were already here, we might as well make the best of it. We directly flew above the icefall. As expected, there was a majestic palace here. Looking at the architectural style and appearance, I felt a sense of déjà vu, as if I had seen it somewhere before. I suddenly remembered that this was the ice version of the Temple of Hersendes. I had seen almost the exact same building in Lancelot's palace in the Undead Witch King. It seemed that the ancient corpse Emperor Barossa was here. The three of us looked at each other and smiled. After being together for so long, we didn't need to speak too much. Sometimes, we could understand each other with just a glance. This was the tacit understanding between us. When we arrived at the huge ice door of this ice version of the Hersendes shrine, I stepped forward and pushed open the door that seemed to be made of ice. Strangely, I didn't use any strength, but the door slowly opened on its own. Did the ancient corpse emperor already know of our arrival? But it didn't matter. It didn't matter whether he knew or not. We could even deal with the skeleton King Lil. Although we couldn't use the same ultimate move as before, Uther and I had the help of Avina's elf, Ronwhip. We were confident that we could defeat the ancient corpse emperor. We entered the main hall of the Temple of Hersendes. It was a huge and spacious hall. As soon as we entered the spacious hall, the furnaces in the hall emitted a ghostly blue light. The light emitted by the blue flames was strange. It was cold here. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that ordinary people would turn into ice as soon as they entered this place. At this time, a man was sitting on an ice-cold throne in the hall. I had seen this man before. It was Barossa, the former Holy Emperor of the German Empire. Now, the ancient corpse emperor was feared by the dwarfs. "You're finally here. I've waited long enough for this day." The ancient corpse emperor's voice resounded. His Durman language made people shudder. Chapter 162. I didn't expect you to come here. Since that's the case, let's add some firewood to our party. That way, we can enjoy ourselves to the fullest, right? Ancient corpse Emperor Barossa stepped down from his throne. In the spacious and cold hall, the ancient corpse emperor waved his hands, and a light blue flame ignited in his hands. A powerful aura pressed down on us. The ancient corpse emperor's aura was even stronger than that of the skeleton King Lil. Didn't skeleton King Lil say that he was Azrael's messenger and that he was stronger than the ancient corpse emperor? At this time, the entire territory of the dwarf kingdom was covered in ice. No matter how thick the snow was, countless ghouls broke out of the ground. Among them were ancient giants, dwarfs, Durman, and countless corpses of unknown races. Hundreds of thousands of ghouls gathered from all directions. They were gathering in 3 places: the old capital of the dwarf kingdom, Anrila, Furnace Fort, and Warsong Fort. A dwarf warrior patrolling on an airship was startled when he saw the dense mass of shadows moving at high speed on the ground. How many ghouls were there? At the same time, the ghouls attacked the 3 dwarven fortresses at the same time. All the dwarfs were forced to protect their homes. In the hall of Azrael Hersendes, Uther, Avina, and I were facing the ancient corpse emperor. We knew that this would be an unprecedentedly fierce battle. The ancient corpse emperor didn't bother to talk nonsense with us. He was wearing dark gold plate armor and a crown on his head. He held the Song of the Conqueror in his hand. He looked the same as before, but he didn't have the slightest trace of blood, and his body was rotten. In the past, after he was killed by Lancelot, Azrael Hassendes made a deal with him. In order to take revenge, he agreed to Azrael's condition. His soul would always belong to Azrael Hassendes. After so many years, the deal with Azrael had been like Lancelot's. It was torture. He had become a puppet controlled by someone else. However, he still told us that killing Skeleton King Lil was a good thing for him. A wave of cold air swept over. This ancient corpse emperor had absorbed countless resentment in this world in front of us, which made him even stronger. Wather and I are not sure that we can deal with this ancient corpse emperor, but there are some things that we have to face. The ancient corpse emperor waved his sword nimbly. Under the cold light, dozens of wriggling Azrael's tentacles appeared out of thin air on the smooth floor of the hall. Once touched by these tentacles, we would either die or be injured. More importantly, these tentacles could track us and were difficult to destroy. I had no choice but to transform into Yang Long's form. I didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Uther also held the starry sky spear and was ready to enter battle mode at any time. Two enormous black wings sprouted from Barossa's back. They were the wings of death. For a moment, we were facing off against Barossa in midair. Come out, primordial frost giant. Ancient corpse Emperor Barossa cast a summoning spell in midair. The ground shook, and the corpse of an enormous primordial frost giant appeared in front of us. Avina also summoned the elf Ronwhip. Ronwhip was as happy as a child when he came out of the magic space, but he had been summoned at the most dangerous time. However, he seemed to be much bigger than before. Wather and the enlarged snow fox worked together to deal with the primordial frost giant. Ronwhip and I dealt with the ancient corpse Emperor Barossa directly. Avina was responsible for dealing with those annoying Azrael's tentacles. And so, the battle officially began. The ancient corpse emperor dashed toward me at an incredible speed. He extended his terrifying left hand, which was completely black. It was his famous decaying claw. His right hand swung the battle sword, the Song of the Conqueror, which was shrouded in black energy. I also rushed forward at full speed. I was very confident in my body. After all, I was the Belgrave Flammarion, the descendant of a demon god. When my claws came into contact with the decaying claw and the Song of the Conqueror, which was shrouded in black energy, I could feel an attack that contained the power of death shaking my very soul. This attack was so strange that it could even attack my soul. But I could still hold on. Ronwhip was behind the ancient corpse emperor, trying to attack him. Taste the power of my siphon of death. The ancient corpse emperor's left hand broke free, elongated, and pressed against Ronwhip's head. Ronwhip's vision darkened, and his body twitched as if he was going to die in the next second. Oh, interesting. You're immune to all magic attacks. The ancient corpse emperor looked at Ronwhip in surprise. Ronwhip twitched in the air for a while, but he didn't fall. I seized the opportunity to hit the ancient corpse emperor's stomach with my dragon horn. At the same time, I spat out a mouthful of dragon flame. Half of the ancient corpse emperor's body disappeared, but he was unwilling to give up. On the ground was covered with broken ice. Avina had finally dealt with all of the Reaper's tentacles. She was also panting. Wather had also smashed the ancient frost giant into pieces. However, the ancient frost giant wasn't dead yet. The ancient corpse emperor flew down and opened his mouth to devour the incomplete ancient frost giant. A corpse eating another corpse. I had never seen such a scene before. After the ancient frost giant was eaten, not even its bones were left. The ancient corpse emperor stood in front of us in perfect condition. If it weren't for the residue at the corner of his mouth, I wouldn't have believed it. Ronwhip had returned to the magic space because Avina was exhausted. This time, we won't be so lucky, the ancient corpse emperor said to us. At the same time, his body began to expand rapidly. Not good. He's going to explode. I felt that the biggest difficulty in fighting against these undead creatures was that they weren't afraid of death, and they used death as a weapon. I had seen the Skeleton King Lil use a technique similar to corpse explosion, so I knew how powerful it was. It seemed that the ancient corpse emperor was going to fight us to the death. Larrick, everything you've seen has been built on lies and deceptions. One day, you will understand the meaning of my word. The ancient corpse emperor's words echoed in the hall. I didn't dare to relax. I knew that it was the most critical moment. When a person is in the most dangerous situation, there will always be a way out. I firmly believed that. I also used my strongest attack. As a result, the collision of the two forces caused the entire hall to shatter. Broken walls and fences were everywhere. Chapter 163. The ancient corpse Emperor Barossa recalled his high-spirited self, the founder of the German Empire, conquering the entire continent with Lancelot. Who would have thought that he would be betrayed by the person he trusted the most in the Dwarf Kingdom, and his army would be completely annihilated? Filled with anger and unwillingness, he was reborn as the ancient corpse emperor, but in the end, he was just a pawn of God. Now, he could finally rest in peace. He would never be controlled by anyone again, even if doing so would only make him vanish into thin air. The dazzling explosion was like a star, and the hall was shattered. I was covered in wounds. Fortunately, Avina and Uther were still alive, and the snow fox had returned to its normal size, lying in Uther's arms. There was no trace of his existence. The ancient corpse emperor had disappeared just like that, and I had resisted his strongest attack with my own strength. At this time, the entire hall began to collapse. To be precise, the entire ice peak of Althalia was collapsing. I found that behind the hall was a sea of bones. The bones there weren't the bones of ordinary animals on the road, but the bones of dragons. There were endless skeletons of dragons. We walked over, and at that moment I felt a powerful force, which swept through my whole body. This feeling was from Athel's magic equipment. Something that looked like a boot flew out of the dragon's skeleton and flew into my body. It merged with my soul. I instantly entered another world, and I saw a black dragon. He was the black dragon Erdal, the wing of destruction. He only left behind his back. This is the white bone war boot, also known as Athel's footprint. The skeletons of the dragons here had been casually killed by Athel. The dragon soul power of these dragons will dissipate after so many years, but it's still enough for you to use. I'll take it as a gift for our first meeting. Right now, you already have the strength to meet me. Although we met once at the enchanter's place, you were unconscious at that time. This time, you have the strength to meet me. I have something to tell you. This is no longer a matter of mortals, but of God. After saying that, the black dragon Erdal turned into a black light and disappeared into the pile of dragon bones. I only felt that my surroundings were instantly surrounded by an incomparably powerful dragon soul power, just like the time when Sea Dragon Naguyas and Giron di Lago were dragon soul power, but here, countless dragon soul power of nameless dragons were surrounding me. I instantly felt that I had taken a qualitative leap. Seeing the changes in me, Averna and Uther were surprised. At this time, the entire ice peak of Althalia felt like it was about to collapse. Fred and Queen Olivia actually arrived. On the other hand, facing the endless army of Gowls, the dwarf king Gino Wildhammer rode on a wild boar and used the war hammer that he received from his father who died in battle. He desperately led the dwarfs to resist the Gowls that had invaded the dwarven underground city. He used his ultimate skill, Hammer Roar, but he was outnumbered and died on the battlefield. Before he died, he thought of his great father and his queen, Olivia. On the side of the furnace fortress, Dolam Irondrill held a one-handed hammer and a shield as he fought on his white bear. The dwarf chieftain Billy also used earth magic to attack the Gowls. Even the ancient giant father had to help the dwarfs defend themselves against the Gowls because his only son had died in the hands of the Gowls. The Warsong fortress was also breached by the Gowls. Broken steam chariots, stopped bronze puppets, crashed dwarven airships, abandoned magic crystal cannons, and flames and corpses were everywhere. Just when the dwarfs thought that they couldn't resist anymore, the Gowls that were still fighting with them a second ago suddenly turned into ice and shattered. Thus, this tragic battle ended at the same time that the ancient corpse emperor disappeared. Everything had ended, but this was only the beginning. Our group discovered that the exit of the cave was at the end of the pile of corpses. So, we tried our best to leave this place before the entire Althalia ice mountain collapsed. We ran for our lives without caring about anything. However, the cave suddenly started to move. The walls started to shake and collapse. After a thrilling escape and avoiding all kinds of dangers, we finally got out of the cave. Once we were out of the cave, we saw the sunlight and the fresh air that we hadn't seen for a long time. We felt so comfortable. We were already far away from the Althalia ice peak. Moreover, we were on the surface of the Tamil Plateau. The cold wind reminded us that everything in the Althalia ice peak was over. The ancient corpse emperor didn't exist anymore. At this moment, the Althalia ice mountain collapsed behind us. I didn't know if the two-headed wolf of the snow domain, the mithril giant, the shadow queen, and the stitched monster Clement had all died or escaped. I also didn't know why they were imprisoned here and who imprisoned them. Perhaps it was God. All living things were just God's chess pieces. The rest of the story might be a little sad. When we returned, we saw that the 3 fortresses and the underground city of the Dwarven Kingdom were in ruins. Flames were everywhere, just like what Queen Olivia saw in the Mirror of Prophecy. So far, everything that we saw in the Mirror of Prophecy had come true, except for Fred. When we returned to the Dwarven Kingdom, Queen Olivia saw that the Dwarven King, Gino Wildhammer, had died from serious injuries. A king's funeral was held after the battle to remember the heroes who had died for the Dwarven Kingdom. Fred returned to the Warsong Fortress to be with his brother. His brother wanted to seize the opportunity to seize the throne of the Dwarven King. So, just like what Fred saw, he and his brother turned against each other. After this journey, Fred and Olivia had formed a deep bond, especially when the two of them faced the countless skeleton army summoned by the Skeleton King, Lil. In the end, after fighting against the Gaul army, the Dwarven Kingdom once again fell into a civil war. The civil war lasted for almost a month. Doramion Diamond of the Forges firmly supported Queen Olivia and defeated Harold Warsong. However, Fred Warsong was killed by his brother during the battle. Before he died, he thought that he might have fallen in love with Queen Olivia. In the end, Harold was defeated and captured. He was sentenced to life imprisonment by Queen Olivia for treason. What awaited him was endless regret and pain. Dwarfs who only cared about benefits would have no friends. Just like their unbreakable alliance with the giant cage, they turned against each other because of benefits. Now, for the sake of benefits, Harold was abandoned. In the end, it led to the ascension of the first female king in the history of the Dwarven Kingdom. She was Queen Olivia Wildhammer. During the celebration after Queen Olivia Wildhammer's coronation, Avina, Uther, and I sat by the warm fire and looked at the falling snow outside the window. It had been a long time since I went back. It was time to meet Highside the Elder. I also decided to look for Erdal. I knew what I had to do next. As the Dwarven bards sang, I fell into deep thought. Chapter 164. July 19th, 1501, the month of the scorching sun. At this time, in the capital city of the empire, the holy city of Kellendil, a full 9 years had passed since the day the black dragon Erdal attacked the celebration. In these 9 years, the world had undergone too many changes. Prince Kaiser, who was still a child at that time, had now become the emperor of the empire, Emperor Kaiser the Great. However, the summer celebration was still held on July 20th every year. This had been the custom of the German Empire for many years to remember the once glorious era of the Odin the Great. Today was the day before this year's summer celebration. Empress Darlina was already 41 years old, but she was still as beautiful as ever, as if the years had really not left any traces on her face. She was alone in a garden in the imperial palace, looking at the scenery in the garden and the starry sky in the north. She fell into a deep sadness. Her emotions were like a flood, suddenly attacking the line of defense in her heart. Darlina actually cried alone. Today's empire could be said to be in a precarious situation. It was like a broken drum that everyone wanted to beat. In this huge empire, Darlina did not even have a single person she could trust. Kaiser the Great had now grown into an adult, but he had become incomparably cruel. Darlena had been put under house arrest in the imperial palace by him, and Darlena had only heard of his atrocities. But there was no other way. Darlena could not control Kaiser the Great. He had the support of the chief magic advisor behind him, and those who resisted him were all dead. Alonso was also loyal to Kaiser the Great. Although he was dissatisfied with the emperor's atrocities, he could only obey. At the beginning of May, the empire had received news that Port Pulin had been captured, sealed off, and looted. These northern barbarians had unexpectedly bypassed Kellendil to the south and looted the empire's most affluent area. At that time, when the army that was sent to support saw this city, it was a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. There were corpses everywhere, broken limbs, naked corpses, houses that had been burned to ashes, the stench of corpses, and the crows that were gnawing on food. It was a scene of hell on earth. The spring port that was once attached to it no longer existed, it was just a ghost town. When they found the corpse of the old Dreg who had been executed by the Bloodhawk, they could imagine how much pain he had suffered. This was the city of sorrow, hell on earth. Fortunately, not all the people here had died. There were still many Durman survivors around a hotel in the west of the city, but they were under the control of a dark-skinned young man. The Empire's powerful intelligence agency could not find out the origin of this person, but in view of the fact that he could protect the people, they still acquiesced to his actions. After all, the following reconstruction work still needed people. Since the young man could manage these people well and let them join in the reconstruction work, it was still very good. At that time, the news was brought back by a local bishop who risked his life. It was the Pope who personally came to tell Kaiser the Great about it. After the little emperor heard the news, he flew into a rage and immediately ordered the Blackstone fort to launch a large-scale counterattack on the Kingdom of Northland. Although the Empire had not yet recognized the legitimacy of the Kingdom of Northland, they had to face the strength of the Kingdom of Northland. At that time, Marshal Alonso tried his best to persuade Kaiser the Great and also sent troops to the north to attack the Kingdom of Northland, but in the end, they returned without success. At that time, some religious fanatics announced that they wanted to eradicate all heretics. Anyone who did not believe in the 7 gods was an enemy of God. They captured people in the city, especially witches who knew magic. At the same time, in addition to the rebellion that had been suppressed by Alonso, a group of nature worshippers had appeared in the city. They compared nature to God, and the followers of the believers were ordinary people who loved peace. They had also secretly formed their own armed forces. At that time, the Empire's underworld was turbulent, and many forces were eyeing the old Empire covetously. These few days, in the palace's chief magic consultant Morse's room. This room was very large, and could be considered an independent palace. This was Morse's personal space. This room was actually a tower with a total of 6 floors. Morse lived on the top floor. His office was usually on the 3rd to 4th floor, and the 5th floor was his private library and alchemy research area. On the floor where he lived, there was a transparent stone orb on a standing stone pillar. At this time, Morse was alone here. He was looking at the stone orb. One had to know that this stone orb was something he had painstakingly obtained. This stone orb did not look special. It was similar to an ordinary stone orb, except that it was smoother. However, when Morse put his hand on it, the stone orb instantly turned light blue, as if a light blue flame was reflected on the transparent stone orb. It turned out that Morse could see some images through this stone orb, and these images were actually what was happening in a certain corner of the continent at this moment. The chief magic consultant Morse was wearing a large black magic robe. He injected magic into the stone orb, and the stone orb instantly turned light blue. Through the stone orb, Morse saw that at this moment, in the depths of San Antonio Cathedral, several torturers were interrogating a naked witch, and they were constantly abusing her. These religious fanatics seemed to be asking the captured witch about the whereabouts of her companions. This woman may not be a witch. She was very scared, but it seemed that she really did not know the whereabouts of the people the torturers wanted to ask about. She was so scared that she trembled. But these torturers were not soft-hearted and continued to torture this woman. Finally, Two tall and strong masked men walked into the secret room, and then there was a heart-wrenching scream from the secret room. Morse saw all this and smiled. It was almost as he expected. This group of people from the church was really doing something to the witch council. This witch council, ordinary people did not know much, and many people did not even know of the existence of this organization. But this organization not only existed, but its history was much longer than the history of the empire. In fact, the witch council was the reason why Theroden could achieve what he did. So as the secrets of the empire, ordinary people could not know these things. Only the top officials of the empire could touch these things. Morse also climbed from the bottom to his current position, and only then did he touch these secrets of the empire. For this, Morse was more like an outsider watching a show. He wanted to see what the people of the church were going to do. Chapter 165. About a month ago, this kind of thing slowly started, and then it became more and more intense under the eyes of Kaiser the Great. In fact, Kaiser the Great's attitude towards these people was that he never regarded them as human beings. His attitude towards the civilians was similar to the attitude of the Northland people towards the Durman. They were all treated as lambs to be slaughtered. With the tacit consent of Emperor Keys, the religious zealots of the church began to arrest, interrogate, and execute the unarmed foreigners, women, and other people under the charge of arresting heretics and people who knew magic and would threaten the empire. For a time, people were alarmed, but more and more people became religious zealots, and these people liked violence. At the same time, this also transferred the hatred of the bad news of Prune Harbor within the empire. Because of this, people could vent the violence in their hearts. For a time, there were people everywhere who reported, and some people even reported their own sisters. Those who revered nature and loved peace only dared to communicate in secret, hugging together to protect themselves. For a time, an activity called the witch hunt broke out within the entire empire, starting from the capital city of Kellendil. The notice board in the city was filled with the bounty lists of all kinds of wanted people. The armed forces of the church began to walk the streets, going door to door to search for people. At this time, it seemed easy to frame a woman as a witch or a witch. At the time, there was a reward for informants, and there was a guarantee that the informant would be strictly kept secret and exempted from punishment, so people could wantonly frame. Thus, in town and country, any woman who, by virtue of her beauty, was envied, or by her haughtiness, offended a suitor, was sent to her death by a letter of informant, and the informant had only to stand quietly by and watch the spectacle, and thus carry out his sinister purpose. At the same time, some people wanted to take revenge for personal grudges, and some people wanted to transfer their own crisis, so for a time, the trend of informants flourished, and many people panicked. The witch hunt even became a tool for the members of the church to vent their desires. If they couldn't get the woman they fancied, they would be framed as witches and executed. The accused woman was hauled into the magisterium of the church, in which were suspended posts from the round ceiling, and on the floor stood a torture table, upon which were placed a screw-nail chain. The arrested woman was stripped naked and had all her body hair shaved off except for her hair. Supposedly, this was to make it easier to find moles, spots, and so on that could confirm the presence of a demon. Then, she was tied to the torture platform with iron wire and the interrogators pricked her body with needles to look for traces of the demon. There were all kinds of torture methods used on witches. Ironically, when these sanctimonious judges interrogated witches, they often used witchcraft to treat witches with witchcraft. In advance, they prayed for the success of the punishment, poured holy water into the witches so that the demon could not bind their tongues during the torture, and attached bands to the naked witches, thinking that this way, the demon could not open the shackles. In just over a month's time, 291 witchcraft and heretics were executed in the holy city of Calendil. Among them, 268 were women, and only 26 were men. Among these 26, 11 were convicted because they were closely related to witches. These so-called witches, to put it bluntly, were just a group of ordinary women. The reason for the foolish and cruel witch hunt was initiated by the church, and their real purpose was unknown. But the people below didn't care so much, they were happiest when they could do bad things. For example, in June, A woman was accused of being a witch. Under heavy torture, she confessed, "I have been an improper woman since I can't remember. I tortured 104 children to death, including 3 of my own. They were later dug up from their graves. Some of them were cooked and eaten. Some of them were made into ointments and other potions for witchcraft. Their leg bones were made into flutes. I tortured my wife and 2 children. I tortured my 2 husbands for many years, and finally they died." Finally, the witch was hung naked by the church's fully armed knights and stabbed to death in front of the public with a spear. Surrounding her was a crowd of civilians who were watching the show. They were completely numb. Perhaps they would only feel something if it was their family who was killed. There was also a widow named Margareta, who was accused of being a witch because of the misgivings about her property. At first, she did not admit that she was a witch and had committed the crime of rebelling against God. But under the escalating torture, she had no choice but to make the following confession. One night, 10 years ago, a black-faced man appeared in her garden. This man flirted with her, and she satisfied his wishes. He was a cold-hearted man. 2. He persuaded her not to believe in the 7 gods, which she did, but she immediately felt guilty. 3. This man said that his name was Black-Brown, and he gave her a witchcraft broom and some ointment, for witchcraft. 4. She had flown in her garden at night for some time. 5. She had used the broom to fly to George's house, to Katerina's, and to Anna's. 6. Many other women, unknown to her, had come to her house, and they had eaten and drunk together. Forced to confess, she had been tied to a post by the church's Templars and burned alive in the square. There were too many innocent women like Margarita who were killed in the fire. The execution of naked women was an opportunity for many men to enjoy, to play with, and to humiliate them. They could do whatever they wanted with the poor women and thus satisfy their bestial desires. Even in the records of the witch executions, there were words such as the woman was beautiful and plump. In more remote places, there was also a practice of throwing women into rivers to identify witches or witches. First, the accused woman was dragged onto a bridge and stripped naked in front of a crowd. Then the church made her bend her knees and tied her hands and feet together for the public to see. Then a rose-colored basket was placed on the water, the woman was placed on her back, and the ropes were loosened until the poor woman was drowned. In those days, the execution of witches was like a circus performance, and was often attended by thousands of people. Some of the men were even more enthusiastic, for the naked bodies and painful contortions of the witches gave them a deformed sensuality. In the square where the execution was to be carried out, or by the bridge where the river was to be thrown, there were stalls and peddlers. It was almost like a bazaar. The witches locked in the dark and gloomy prison could not use witchcraft to escape, nor could they use magic to predict how they would be executed. Witches who were arrested were usually burned, hanged, or beheaded. The men used every means to exert their bestial desires on the women. As for whether these women were guilty or not, they didn't care at all. It seemed that this year's summer festival would be bloodier than any of the others. Chapter 166. Tomorrow is the summer celebration. There have been more and more riots recently. I feel like we won't be able to suppress them any longer, Marshal, a high-ranking officer from the William family said to Alonso. You may leave first. Alonso had been frowning recently. During this period of time, there had been too many things that were troubling him. There were too many problems in the empire. The high price of housing made it impossible for the poor to even have a roof over their heads. The successive wars and disasters were undoubtedly another heavy blow to the aging imperium. A large number of refugees were displaced and homeless, but the nobles were rich and extravagant. Natural disasters and man-made disasters had almost depleted the empire's food supply. However, the upper echelons of the empire were even more extravagant and wasteful. They did not care about the lives of the commoners. In Kellendil, the price of food had become almost all the expenses of the commoners. Even so, they could not afford to eat meat. It was good enough that they could eat bread. Most importantly, it was just enough to maintain a state of mild hunger. The most frightening thing was that more and more refugees were pouring into the city. Not only did they bring chaos, but they also brought diseases and plagues. In the past month or so, the church had also changed their style. They began to brazenly arrest people on the streets and execute people at will. This was also tacitly approved by Emperor Keith. Alonso couldn't do anything about it even if he wanted to. After all, the people of the church didn't directly touch the interests of the empire. They had very high authority. Even when Prince Keith was crowned as the Emperor of the Empire, it was Pope Eki who personally crowned him in San Antonio Cathedral. As for the Empire's chief magic advisor, he was still as secretive as before. However, they still had to be on guard. Who knew what he was up to? People didn't want to work anymore. They became like Emperor Keys. They only wanted to drink and drink today. They were greedy for pleasure and didn't want to make progress. Only things like riots, smashing, and looting could arouse their interest. They wanted to reap without sowing. Alonso was really tired. He felt an unprecedented pressure and exhaustion. In the north, the newly established Kingdom of Northland was also eyeing the empire covetously. Reclaiming the north by force was just a pipe dream. The empire no longer had the strength to do so. In the Holy City, the secret organizations formed by the people at the bottom of the society also rose up without restraint. They couldn't be caught or killed off completely. Instead, they became more and more violent. Tomorrow was the annual summer celebration. If the Rodan the Great was still alive, what would he do if he saw this? How would he feel when he saw the once incomparably glorious empire become like this? There was no doubt about Alonso's loyalty. Originally, he was just an unknown lord on the political stage of the empire. Now, he was almost in charge of the military power of the empire. It was just that this burden might be a little too heavy. In fact, what Alonso didn't know was that at this moment, he was still up and worried about the country and its people. But what were the upper-class nobles doing? If he had the stone ball like Morse, he would see some of the nobles gathered together to eat moon candy and have fun with a group of beautiful naked female slaves. Lastly, there were 4 nobles who were having sex with a female slave. One must know that the female slave was actually just an ordinary civilian who was arrested after being accused of being a witch by the church. She was then bought by the nobles to have fun. One must know that she was only 14 years old. Looking at the naked female slaves who ate moon candy and were extremely happy, one couldn't help but wonder how their parents would feel. On this ordinary yet extraordinary night, what was Emperor Kaiser doing? Our emperor, Keys, was currently playing with a group of maids in the main hall of his residence. However, they seemed to be covered in sweat. It was a dazzling sight. Do you think this is the end? Our emperor especially liked to have these scenes recorded with a magic crystal ball and had those court painters paint on the spot. In short, on the eve of the summer celebration, our emperor was having a lot of fun. Alonso was alone in the military tent. He had already done his best to arrange all the available forces to ensure the safety of tomorrow. Although he was still a little worried, he had already done his best. There was nothing else he could do. He drank alone. At this moment, he didn't even have someone to talk to. He even wondered why he was doing this. He didn't sleep for the whole night. He was drunk even though he wasn't drunk. Until the east was white, a new day had arrived. As usual, Alonso washed up and changed into a full set of armor. This set of armor had accompanied him on many expeditions for many years. Now, it was also full of scars and was not shiny and beautiful. It seemed that today was a cloudy day. The sky was covered by dark clouds. This kind of situation was rare. For so many years, the summer celebration was usually held in sunny weather. Alonso called for a meeting with his subordinate officers and once again deployed the security and other work in detail. After the meeting, Alonso personally led his men to patrol the city. What was different this year was that almost no one had traveled thousands of miles to attend the summer celebration. There were only Durman citizens from all over the country, and many of them were actually refugees. The city's defense couldn't be relaxed for even a moment. These refugees affected the city's appearance and brought chaos and plagues. Many of them were chased out of the city by the city's defense forces. That place was heavily guarded by Alonso's William family, as well as the Imperial City's defense forces. Everything was arranged properly. In the morning, the Imperial Guards would be inspected in front of the newly built Hall of Heroes. Ever since the Hall of Heroes was destroyed by Black Dragon Erdal, Alonso had led his men to rebuild it. In recent years, Kaiser the Great had ordered a large number of construction projects to be carried out, spending huge amounts of money to make the Hall of Heroes even more magnificent and magnificent. However, this also increased the burden on the populace, but Kaiser the Great chose to turn a blind eye to it. In contrast to the Hall of Heroes, the Imperial Guards weren't as good as they used to be. Whether it was the selection of soldiers, the internal management, or the daily training, all the real elites had been used up during the Black Dragon's attack. This year, the square in front of the Hall of Heroes wasn't crowded. The few citizens who were there had helpless expressions on their faces. Under the protection of Kaiser the Great's men, Darlena also showed up in front of the Hall of Heroes. Before Kaiser the Great could say anything, it started to drizzle from the cloudy sky. In front of the Hall of Heroes, the populace was silent. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,